Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. And yes, this is a reckless stream. So y'all already know the recklessness. Mr. Z be playing around. I'm there. Look. um, oh boy, shout out to Miss Harley, right? Shout out to Kendra G for interviewing the young lady. I think she said she was what, 31 years old. Fit young lady, straight, got her dreads and natural hair out, Why are we reviewing this? Because welcome to the Archetype. This is the heterosexual feminist, and she did own the term or the word. This is your intellectual leftist feminist dream right here. They're creaming all over themselves right now because this is the dream, right? Relatively healthy, works in the health and health or something along those lines. Heterosexual black woman, from what we could tell, open to maybe dating a bisexual man. So she said, progressive, want someone who's center left, right? At least, yeah. No children, doesn't want to have children, doesn't necessarily care for a man with children. Oh boy, you gotta love it. This is the archetype. Right? Doesn't want anyone that knows anything about no Kevin Samuels. Oh, they love it, right? They're creaming all over themselves, right? Don't want to hear nothing about no fit, feminine, and friendly. Shout out to Harley. Shout out to her. Listen to her. Sounded like she had a goddamn job interview, right? And it is an interview. It is pretty much a commercial of yourself, right? You are showing off your goods, and your wares and advertising yourself. It's somewhat ironic, the people that jump online and do this and have these demands and never really consider why they're in the position that they're in, why they have to go to this length, this extent, right? That they come off abrasive. And dear Miss Harley, you came off very abrasive, right? Very abrasive, right? Not aggressive so much, but very abrasive, right? I think this is typical. This is typical. This is the goal. As I said, she said, doesn't want to have kids because it doesn't fit in with the life that she wants to live. And the question still remains. And shout out to her. She was quick and witty. Mr. Z will tell y'all, this is all over the left, especially amongst black women. If y'all want to know how Z is so quick with it, right? And I could go back and forth with Charles. Shout out to Charles. And I could go back and forth with Ed. Shout out to Ed. If you want to know why Mr. Z's debate skills are what they are, because I've been debating this for a couple decades. That's why. If you want to know, it's because Mr. Z has been debating the freaking Harleys of the world for a couple decades. That's why. Right? She was quick with it. Y'all saw her. Right? And so it was, I don't agree with her, but I liked her answer on legacy. It was quick, right? What type of, and someone in the comments, for those of you that didn't catch it, someone in the comments, which Kendra G actually read, pretty much told her, what type of legacy will a man leave? You don't want to have no kids. So, and then she was like, I would hope that a man would find legacy through his business or through what he's doing. And there's other ways of leaving legacy. And she said it so quick, right? Quick draw McGraw. She was quick with it. And then take her, you ever see when the bubbles are starting to pop up over somebody's head, or you ever see, nope, she was quick. Pew! Right? That's why I say to certain brothers, if y'all not ready to get into these conversations, don't do it, because you will be doing the black manosphere a disservice. Because if you're having a conversation with a woman like this, don't think, oh, just because I'm a man, I'm going to outsmart her. Don't do it. Don't do it, because no, it's not true, and you're going to leave with a bruised ass ego. Right? If y'all want to know why Z was able to dismantle Inky so quickly, if you want to know why Z was able to have that when I covered Chrissy a couple months ago, and was it Chrissy? I want to say it was Chrissy that I covered, or was it the African sister, the Nigerian sister, and then I mentioned Chrissy, and then something like that. But Inky and some other woman jumped up in the chat, and I was able to just quick fire. It's because I've been debating Harleys for at least the past 2 decades. That's why, right? Yeah. Good point, Vince. Good point. Exactly. And Vince's deliver us from Eva pre LL Cool J energy. I don't think I could say it any better. I don't think there's a better character, right? Low key give you Ebony K. Williams vibes. Low key give you Bowser vibes, right? These are those very, except Ebony wanted children, Bowser doesn't. These are those professional women. They're about their career. They're fit, relatively fit. They're doing relatively well in life, right? They come off very no nonsense. If they weren't such a-holes and probably broken, they would make pretty good mothers, right? They'll make very good office managers, very good secretaries, right? But they're a-holes and abrasive, right? Shout out to her. She told you she want a black man, an American black man, or an Americanized black man, because she wants to make sure that you've been appropriately taught how to pay fealty to the Gynocracy. By the way, shout out to all of you African brothers fresh off the boat. You African brothers that only been here for like 5 or so years. Shout out to all you Caribbean brothers that only been here for 5 or so years. She said, yeah, no, because those men haven't been, especially as black men, they haven't been appropriately broken by women like me, right? Don't get it twisted on what she's really saying, right? Better you not even here. Lithium did it for him. Lithium said, Diglett. Oh man, and y'all gives you about a minute. Y'all gives you about a minute. Y'all talk amongst yourselves, and regular streams gotta do something real quick. All right, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Hopefully you guys can hear me. And where is that comment from Compassionate? And Compassionate says, "You don't have the Negro chip installed. Can't do none with you, my African brother." And Compassionate is talking about this young lady essentially said, if you haven't been appropriately socialized and taught by the Gynocracy to pay fealty and to kiss black women's ass, yeah, I can't do nothing with you, right? I, what I appreciate is how candid she was, minus obviously the when was the last time you were sexually active? And yeah, so she skipped over that, which means it was yesterday. It was last week. It was 3 days ago. At most, it was 2 weeks ago. At most, right? Right. Shout out to all you Splackavellis out there, right? Huh. I appreciate this young lady for being so candid. This is what we're talking about. This is exactly what we are talking about. This is what we're talking about. Y'all heard the way she sounded? She didn't necessarily have Nazi level the bars in hell, Nazi level contempt for black men. Actually, she preferred a black man because who else is going to pay fealty the way a black man will, right? Who else will try to rise to the occasion of these absolutely insane demands the way a black man will? So she know where her bread is buttered. Huh? She's talking partnership. She's okay with 50-50 financially because she understands, hey, if I told you you ain't going to be no leader here, then I expect to go 50-50. You got to give that to her. Now, does she really mean it when y'all really start getting really into the groove of things in the relationship? Probably not. But at least in theory, she's okay with 50-50 because she believes in this partnership. And she definitely don't want you to say fit, feminine, and friendly. Oh boy, because Kevin Samuels. Right? And someone said this, and Black Uru says she seems like a fully functioning operating unit in some futurist sexless dystopian society. And someone said that Black Uru in the comments, like something along the lines like you come off as a robot or whatever. Are you even human or something like that? Someone said, no, this is a true ass, real ass, excuse me, 21st century quote unquote leftist black woman. No, this is real. No, she's real. Dude, no, that's a real ass human being right there. Right? This is what insane self-interest in feminism looks like. This is what it looked like. Thank you. And Vic says, yes, she's okay with fit. She just hates feminine and friendly. You heard it. Because it gives her Kevin Samuels vibes. Oh boy. It gives her Kevin Samuels vibes. I told y'all Kevin is still haunting them from the grave. 2 years later. 2 years later. This man been gone for 2 years and he's still haunting them from the grave. From the grave. They wake up with cold sweats thinking about Kevin. Fit, feminine, friendly. You can't make this ish up. Right? I'm a PhD. Oh man. You know, Trick Daddy has a verse in one of his songs where he says, my name alone has been known to break up happy homes. And that is Kevin. Right? Compassionate said, the few, the proud, the Gynocracy. Hysterical, not the military. Right? Oh man. Vince said, I know a Negro beater when I see one. When I see it. Right? Oh man. And Saint Cyr says it's too much for them to be feminine and friendly. I told you, Z, about the friendly part, that part is the hardest thing for them to do. Unfriendly hottie. Why you want to be known as unfriendly? They can't help it because they see that as a defense mechanism. Yeah. Nope. I'm covering this to say that this is the epitome of what at least straight black feminists are talking about. She is the epitome of your 21st century, quote unquote, accomplished black feminist. This is it. This is Ebony K. Williams if she didn't want to have kids. This is Bowser, maybe without as much access because she didn't attend Harvard. Huh? This is Amanda Seales. This is them. She is their children. She is their niece. Huh? Thank you, Vince. She is a crown jewel of feminism. Listen to the way she speaks. You imagine being in a relationship with a woman like her? Did you see any passion at all in her? She doesn't. And shout out to what Black Guru was saying. Nothing about her. And it says wait, Z, rewind, Z, rewind. You're getting ahead of yourself. What energy does she say she leans into more? Everyone. Uh-oh. There's a reason why she didn't like that feminine that comes from Kevin Samuels. What energy does she say? She admitted that she leans into more. Uh-oh. Vince, exactly. And Vince is no passion, only power. I told y'all they don't mean none of that egalitarian crap, FD signifier. She said, partner, you think she really mean that? Huh? And Buckeye, I did not forget about you, and I did not forget about No Scrubs, right? Working on it. And Buckeye fan says, and thank you for the super chat, she would call the Jakes once she feels unsafe, right? Of course. This young lady said she leans more into her masculine. Oh boy. Translation, I run things over here. She already told you she has anxiety. She doesn't like having her stuff being moved around. She ain't gonna be told what to do. She already told you she's a headache. That's what she's telling you. That's woman speak for I'm a headache and you're gonna have to deal with it. No, we're not. That's why you're on Kendra G show. Huh? She told you she leans more into her masculine. Yes, she did. Shout out to all those people that think women actually mean egalitarian. That's what they actually mean. Nope. Yeah, she'll pay half the bills. Yeah, she said it. She said partner. Yes, she said it. And she said, I lean more into my masculine. That's why I have an issue with the Kevin Samuels feminine stuff. Fit, feminine, and friendly. Uh-oh. If y'all recall, maybe 2 or so months ago now, I covered a comment that was posted in FD Signifier's one of FD Signifier's think pieces, field pieces, and it was a young lady that was essentially saying she has an issue with these men that are cosplaying like they're men's men. In other words, that are cosplaying like they're masculine. She's attracted to softer, more feminine, more passive men. And the issue she has with those men is that they get around brothers like us and they start pretending like they're men's men, right? Like they're masculine. They start forgetting that, wait a minute, you ain't the leader. Huh? If you recall, I covered this as a Black Manosphere show of the week about 2-ish months ago. And I read a comment from a young lady speaking on this. I would like to introduce y'all to Harley. Right? Yeah. I would like to introduce. And Lion says, I stopped listening after the first 5 minutes of that convo. Even women in the comments were saying, men, leave her alone. She'll find somebody. She will find somebody. She will find a black man. She will. Because Negroes' egos would be like, well, y'all just toxic masculine over there. Y'all just toxic men. Ain't nothing wrong with her. That Negro will be in divorce court in 5 to 8 years. 3 years. I'm telling y'all, the world will hear what black men are saying. They will feel what we're saying. She is going to meet that man. They're maybe going to be quote unquote partners. They might get married. If they get married, I promise you they'll be divorced within 3 to 5 years. She don't mean half of the stuff coming out of her mouth. All of that was power talk. She said as much when she spoke about anxiety. She don't really believe in egalitarian. That egalitarian is going to skew to her running things. Huh? And Black Uru says, when she was asked, does she want to split the bills, she said, I'm okay with that. That is suspicious response given she is liberal, masculine, quote unquote partner type. Even her expression changed. In other words, she don't really mean that either. I said it. Say it again, Z. The young lady on the Daily Wrap-Up crew said it. Say it again, Z. Provide, protect, and shut up. Provide, protect, and shut up. Huh. This young lady, because she's a leftist, she has a systemic analysis. That is why she said she's okay with it, because she understands. Unlike the conservative hypocrite women, she understands she can't be talking all this partner talk and then still say out loud that you're supposed to take care of all the bills or the majority of the bills, or you're supposed to be the primary breadwinner. She know better than to say that, but she feel it though. Oops. Once again, provide, protect, and shut up. Huh? As leftists go, oh boy. Shout out to what Vince said. Exactly. Not passion, but power. This young lady will find a man that's willing to bite. She will. She'll find a black man that's willing to bite. And it will fail. It will fail. It will fail because he's exactly what she's looking for, and that's not what she's looking for. Z, that don't make no sense. It makes perfect sense. Huh? Say it again, Z. She will fail. It will fail. That marriage or that long-term relationship will fail because she will get exactly what she's asking for and looking for, and that's exactly what she's not looking for, actually. Huh? It sounds good. It looks good on paper. It doesn't get the juices flowing. That's not what she really wants. Uh-oh. But it sounds good. Anybody get any passion from her? She would. Now, if you notice, the one time she looked like she was really feeling it, right? She was in her She was in that lane. She was in her bag. Is when she was checking them Negroes in the comments. Uh-oh. When she was checking those dudes in the comments and she was rapid fire, quick fast, quick draw McGraw on their ass. In other words, when she was stepping on their skulls, that was the one time you saw her actually enjoying herself. Once again, what did Vince say? Not passion, but power. The one time you saw her kind of sort of light up is when she was outwitting the dudes in the comments. Huh? And she was fast with it. Right? Lion says dual mating strategy all over again. Exactly. This lady told you she don't want to have kids. You don't want to have kids. Right? She said it. You ain't gonna be running anything over here. I lean to my masculine. I have anxiety when I'm not in control. That's what she said. That's not the word she used, but that's what she said. Right. And Michael Ross says, quick draw McGraw. That's some Florida ish right there. That's some Florida ish. Is it? Right. But she was quick. Pew! Huh? Mm. You gotta love it. And then, when I saw Media Man cover it a few days ago, I was like, oh yeah, no, I definitely got to cover this because this is exactly what we're talking about over here. Huh? This is the other side of that quote unquote soft girl era. This is a person that understands that that comes with trade-offs, and she ain't trading off the power for the lifestyle. Nothing wrong with that. If you really meant it. This is what provide, protect sounds like when it's intellectualized. Provide, protect, and shut up. This is what it'll sound like when it's intellectualized. When they put way too much verbiage on it, when there's way too much 4 and 5 syllable words and convoluted concepts, this is what it sounds like. See, the young lady on Daily Wrap Up Crew, she just said provide, protect, shut up. This young lady is saying the same, say it better, Z. The same sentiment animates her. She knows better than to say it. So this is her convoluted way of still getting the same results. Huh? This is a great comment. I could go a lot of places with this. And Lion says she's lying her ass off about not having no kids. She will for a man she has genuine desire for. He might be white though. First, I thought it. She doesn't really want to engage. She reminds me of a young lady I covered back in 2022. O'Shea covered her also, and it was a darker skinned black woman, and she was going in on brothers, and then she made a second video responding to the women in her comments telling her to go date white men, and she essentially said, what make y'all think white men want a woman like me? Now remember, she was going in on black men. Black women, the swirler divester types, told her go date out, and she said, what make you think white men want women like me? This young lady reminds me of that. She knows the trade-offs. That's why she didn't say white. If she ended up with a white dude, it has to be a boss-ass white dude, and she knows she ain't gonna deal with no damn man telling her what to do, including a white man. So she got to end up with a lame ass white dude. She's not going to respect him. She wants someone that was socialized to accept the rulings and the dictates of the gynocracy. That's why she wanted a essentially ADOS or FBA man, or a black man like Mr. Z who's been socialized in Black America. That's pretty much ADOS FBA acting and sounding and moving. Huh? That tidbit right there, when she said that, it told you everything you needed to know. Yeah, she did. And Black Widow says she claims she did not want a man who was any whiter than Steph Curry. Yes, she did. Right? Now, the other part of Lion's comment about the genuine desire part, this is where this is what I think of Dr. Green Gorilla and his concepts of capitalism plus feminism in this Frankenstein child it's created in women, in their expectations, in their desires, in their dreams and aspirations. I would argue that this is what women resigning themselves into not getting the epitome of a Chad or the epitome of a Tyrone. This is what it looks like. And I'm speaking to the part of desire. I think her bar for true desire is probably so damn high. She has resigned herself to knowing she's never going to get that, because the men who can really get her juices flowing, pun intended, will never deal with a woman like her. And she knows it. And she knows it. So if she has to deal with one of you average ass dudes, or it's partnership because you're not running anything over there. Right? So, and talking about compassionate, it is the conversation we had compassionate a few weeks ago about all or nothing. Either I get Tyrone or Chad, or screw everything. Why am I alive? Why are you alive? Why would I have kids? Why get married? Scorch earth. Right? Yeah. This is something to actually contend with. And compassionate says, so whenever a black woman says I prefer black men, they actually mean I want to run ish. Got it. I think it means that, and it also means I tried my hand at non-black men, and either it wasn't what I thought it was going to be, I didn't cut the mustard, I got played, something along those lines, right? I would argue the I prefer black men in this environment in the 21st century. And I think there's black women that truly mean this. I think there's black women that truly mean this. But when you run across a Harley type, oh yeah. What she means is I'm sexually attracted to black men, but also I want somebody that's been socialized in the gynocracy. Especially when she made, this is the very important part. Especially when she made the distinction between ADOS and FBA men and other black men that have been socialized in that environment, and all the other black men that haven't been socialized in that environment. When you saw her make that distinction, oh boy, yeah, that's exactly what she was saying. When she says Americanized, she means someone that understands the gynocracy and understands their role. Uzi, say it again, their role in the gynocracy. A black man that understands his role in the black gynocracy. Right? And once again, Buckeye fan, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? Yes, she did. Right? And that's her way of showing alliance to LGBTQ community. And Black Uru says she did say she was open to dating dudes who were into swapping swords with other dudes. So maybe that will help her prospects, especially in LA. Good point. But even those dudes, I doubt it'll last any real length of time. Talking about length. But I doubt that'll last any length of time for real. She did say that. Huh? Because if for those of you who are uninitiated who don't know, on the left, particularly the black left, is a growing conversation about women. Yeah, they're actually pressing black women on this, about black women not wanting to, and Ole actually said this in her conversation with FD Signifier, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, Quay Tan, and Herbie, that black women would rather cut off their left leg than entertain any type of situation with a bisexual man, particularly a bisexual black man, right? And the black left, has noticed that whenever the conversation of black women, in other words, they realize that black women are doing a whole lot of virtue signaling about this being open and sexually liberated and people who can practice their sexuality in all different type of ways. They realize that those black women mean that for everyone but themselves. Huh? That when you truly introduce them to a bi dude, they can't do it. The virtue signal about that a lot. Shout out to all those people that's putting in their bios pansexual and non-binary and then yawn. But when you actually press them on actually dating dudes who are bi, they can't do it. When you actually press them on potentially dating a trans man, they can't do it. Right? And definitely, yeah, he did. That's where I got it from, right? And Mr. Donnie Max says, I remember Media Man covering this interview. She was fluid and nebulous. And Mr. Shook to You says, only Americanized men, not a flex, but an insult. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right? And that's my point. And St. Cyr says, you're right. They ain't going for bi dudes at all. And I'm not saying they should. I'm saying they're full of crap, though. Huh? They will virtue signal and talk all of this, and they really can't. And I would argue this young lady really can't either. That sounds good. This is real leftist talk right here. Right? This is what a leftist is supposed to, a black woman leftist, this is what they're supposed to sound like. Right? At least 8.5 stars when it comes to the rhetoric. She's talking partner talk. She's talking she wouldn't have a problem with a bi dude. Okay. She's talking about leaning more into her masculine energy. She can't do that Kevin Samuel stuff. Shout out to her. This is at least 8.5 stars in rhetoric, in advocacy, and being allies to the LGBTQ community. Shout out to her. Does she really mean it though? Uh-oh. Huh? Yeah. And Black Rule, they know this. They know this is how black women really feel. The black left knows it. The white left knows it. No one says it out loud, though. Right? No one says it out loud, though. Because they need to use black women as the mascot. They need to drain every ounce of moral cachet that the black community has, that black women have, for their own movements. So the trade-off is You don't call us out for our hypocrisy, and you don't call us out for how we run the black community. It's exactly what America does and what the West does when they prop up a dictatorial leader in another country. They prop them up, right? They fund them to keep their foot on the necks of the locals as they run out the back door with the resources, and they throw some back at that leader in that country. But they don't talk to the leader about how that leader runs that country, who that leader offs or gets deleted or any of that. The black community, everyone. So as long as black women, shout out to white feminists, as long as black women do their part in subduing black men, white society will fund them to do it. It is the confessions of an economic hitman, just internal to the US. Right? Just internal to the US. So they chose the Oprahs and whatnot to regulate us for the past 40-ish, 50-ish years. Right? That's how you get, y'all know Mr. Z loves bringing this up. Simone Sanders saying, who asked black men for their unsolicited opinion? You can't get more blatant than that. That's how you have Tiffany Cross saying, black men get in line behind black women. That's how you have that. That's how you have article after article about black men being the white supremacists of the black community. That's what that is. And this young lady is especially being 31 years old, this young lady is the child of all of that type of rhetoric, of all that type of quote unquote advocacy, of all that socialization, of all that anti-black misandry in the black community. She's still attracted to black men. She still finds black men appealing. You just need to know your place, lapdog you. Right? You just need to know your place. That's what this young lady is saying. That's why she can't hear none of y'all talking none of this Kevin Samuels stuff. Once you start, Kevin Samuels has become the face of a Negro that doesn't know his place. Shout out to Vivica A. Fox. Shout out to Bowser. Kevin Samuels has become the face of a Negro that doesn't know his place. Right? That's why whenever if they get a whiff, shout out to Aaron the plumber. That's what I was saying before. If they get a whiff of Black Manosphere talking points, if they get a whiff of Kevin Samuels in particular, they slide you into he's one of those red pill Negroes. And Negroes is not the word I want to use. He's one of those red pill Negroes. You get slid right into that box. Right? You're one of the ones that won't let a black woman talk to you any kind of way. Right? You're one of the ones that won't be allowed to be loud talk. Right? You won't just let a black woman just loud talk you or shame you. Right? Huh. So they're and that what did a few of them say a few years ago? Take these men's mics away. They were honest. Take these men's mics away. You gotta love it. Then they want to put these people on some type of watch list and some type of hate group list. Yeah. Because women like this, because women like Harley, that's why. Women like Amanda Seals, that's why. Women like Bowser, that's why. Huh? You want to know why MTR is on a list? MTR is on a list because men like Aaron come out of prison and they don't become some 3-time baby mamas, 4-time baby mama, and we know he was dealing with that Latina that was really a baby mama of 2. They don't become her crash test dummy. Because isn't that what used to happen? Brothers come out of prison, they get their life together, they get their CDL, they go start driving trucks, or they get in good with a construction company, something where that record doesn't keep them from not making any money at all. And some 2-3-time baby mama from 2 and 3 and 4 different dudes scoops him up, has a kid from him too, so now she got 3 or 4 kids from 3 or 4 or 5 different men, and he's paying most of the bills for all of it. This is why when they get a whiff of Black Manosphere, that's a problem. A whiff of Black Manosphere is a problem because Aaron. That's why. You want to know why a whiff of Black Manosphere is a problem? Because of Demetrius. He's not in the comments right now, but because of Demetrius. You want to know why? Because of Vince. All you brothers under the age of 32, 31, definitely under the age of 30, definitely under the age of 25, you're the reason why they don't want there to be a Black Manosphere. Any of y'all listening to Z right now, you 18, you 19, you 20, you're the reason why they don't want a Black Manosphere. Because you're supposed to get older and become successful and subsidize a Harley. You're supposed to graduate from Harvard, graduate from Stanford, graduate from Princeton, graduate from Yale, graduate from MIT, graduate from Cornell, right? And you are supposed to marry a Bowser. Huh? And be perfectly okay with her intellectualizing her anti-Black misandry, just like her boyfriend is right now. That's hysterical. And St. Cyr says, the only Harley I'm financing is from the dealership. Harley motorcycle, I hear you. Harley Davidson, right? Yeah. So all of you brothers definitely under the age of 30, under the age of 25, you listening to us is their problem. Huh? That is what Harley is saying. I can't be with a man who hasn't been socialized in the rules and in the ways of the Black Gynocracy. That's what all of this is about. This is why I'm covering this morning. You have to have been socialized in the rules and in the ways of the Black Gynocracy. And shout out to her for essentially saying it. I wanted to make it very clear because she did not use those words now, did she? But once you saw her make the distinguishing line between ADOS FBA and ADOS FBA socialized, right? And all those other brothers over there on the other side, that is what she was saying. Huh? Once she said, definitely a Black man, no lighter than Steph Curry, that's what she was saying. Because if you're a Logic, yes, you're black, and I'm saying Logic the rapper, but because you present white, you've had many very white experiences. The world sees you as a white man, even though you're a black man. I can't have that, right? Huh? You have to respect this young lady went up there and told you straight up, I lean more towards my masculine side. Translation, I'm a boss hog, right? Huh. I'm a boss hog. I run this over here. Yeah, you gotta love it. So yes to Medium Man, and actually I'm gonna link it into in the description also. Yes to everything Medium Man said, but understand this lady is not looking to be a partner. Not really. She's looking for you to provide, protect, and shut up. What Mr. Z said before: men's funds, women runs. Right? Men's funds, women runs. And all of us in the Black Manosphere, from BGS to the Roger Report to Obsidian to even Angry Man, all of us, Ed, Charles, from Dr. T to Dr. Green Gorilla to Dr. Neil to Dr. Dunbar to Mr. Z, all of you in the chat, those of you that come up on the panels, you're a problem. You're a problem because you won't accept men's funds, women runs, and then we call that egalitarian. And then we allow for women like Harley to say, "Oh, this is my partner, not her husband. This is my partner, not her boyfriend. This is my partner." Right? Yeah. And Black Uru says, "And God help a dude who was fool enough to marry a woman like that in California." Black Uru, California has what, 36, 38 million people, something like that, nearly 40. She can find a sucker ass dude to marry her. She can find a sucker ass black man to marry her. Now we know the population of black people in Cali because racism. They've been priced out of the state, and the population is not nearly what it used to be. Um, more East and South Asians, less black people, because a lot of those black people either moved to Arizona or New Mexico or Texas, or moved back down to the South. Texas is the South. Um, there's that, but also, right? Like I said, they've moved to the South, or they've moved to Arizona or whatnot. There's less black people, but she can still find her a brother whose ego says, "I can make some work with that." Yeah, that's it. Right? Yeah. She could still find a dude that says, "I can make something work with that." What's going on, Maggie? What's going on, Passport OG? Right? So he said, "Oh," right? And I say, y'all deal with that at your own peril. Buyer beware. Right? Buyer beware. She told you who she is. She did not use the exact words that Mr. Z is using. That's why I'm here interpreting it correctly for everyone, especially the brothers under the age of 30. She lets you know she runs a tight ship. She runs her stuff over there. She lets you know ain't gonna be no man running anything over here. Huh? Her not answering the question about when's the last time she was sexually active lets you know she got a splacket belly somewhere hidden, and she did something strange with him at least a month ago. At most, at the very most, a month ago, if not 2 weeks ago, if not a week ago, if not a day ago, if not just an hour ago. Huh? She lets you know with this kind of, not even apprehension, that's not strong enough of a term. She has a major issue with all of you that are talking about this fit, feminine, and friendly thing. She sees that as a red flag because it's Kevin Samuels language. In other words, it lets her know, and that's why she said she leans into her masculine. It lets her know that you're looking for, I don't know, a woman. Huh? You gotta love it. We have red flags. She has red flags. For her, the red flags are once you start talking that fit, feminine, and friendly stuff. Huh? I'm waffle sis. I don't know, Z. I thought I saw a ninja shadow in the background somewhere. Hysterical. Huh? So this young lady told you exactly who she is. She just didn't use it in the words that Mr. Z is using it in. She did not use the words Mr. Z is using, but she told you exactly who she is. Huh? So to the young brothers, don't let your ego get you caught up with someone, right? What Black Uru said a little while ago, who's gonna rip your asshole from the front? Hysterical, right? Rip your asshole out from the front. Yeah, don't let your ego get you caught up with a woman like that. Because she told you exactly who she is, right? And Black Uru says she is smart, cold, and calculating. She is going to have a sabotage program for that ass the moment she knows she got the drops on a sucker. Yeah. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Y'all saw the look. The lady, the one time she really looked like she was enjoying herself is when she was stepping on those Negroes in the comments, right? Huh. That's the one time she truly looked like she was enjoying herself. Have fun turning that into a wife. Have fun turning that into a wife. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. This is why we sound the way we do in the Black Manosphere, because brothers would hear her say that and then not interpret this correctly and then date her, marry her, and she's ripping you to shreds in divorce court in 3, 4, 5 years. She would be in a long-term relationship with you for 3, 4, and 5 and 6 years, and then find all those little laws and statutes that pretty much make your situation a common law marriage, and then rip you from the frame. Huh? This is also why, once again, she wants to make sure you are a Black American man or you are socialized in Black American culture, right? Hmm. Oh wow. Okay. Buckeye, send me that. You can either put it in the comments, in the regular comments, or maybe you might have to put it in the live comments, or you can email me. Right. And Buckeye fan says Savvy Sabs covered MSNBC mocking three youth for being single. It was coded in concern for the future workforce. Right. Was it women or was it men that they were mocking, or was it a combination of young men and young women that they were mocking? Right. Good point. And I'm Waffle says, I don't know if a man as liberal as she desires would that she desires would even subscribe to the idea of marriage, not to her. Well, you know what? Yes, maybe. Let me take that back. Yes, maybe. Right? It was mostly men, of course. That's their way of trying to shame dudes into playing their role. Absolutely not. Not with your a-hole daughters that y'all been raising for the past 40 years, 50 years. No, I think so. And Mr. Shook to you says, Z, you don't think someone as calculating as her can pretend just long enough to get that potential sucker? Yes, no, I think so. Right? Thank you, Line. Even liberal men want kids. Yeah. She can find a man that doesn't want kids. She can find the handful that doesn't necessarily care for that because they're on the same thing that she's on to a certain extent, right? She can find one of those people that does the whole environmental issues are the reason why they don't want to have children. They don't want someone that's going to leave a large carbon footprint. They don't want to bring a child into this world because of you know where we are when it comes to resources on the planet and how we use them. She can find one of those guys. Can she find a black man that thinks like that? It's going to be rare because that is far and few. But she can potentially find one, especially being in California. The issue is, and quite frankly, Kendra G tried to tell her, this is going to be a difficult list for you to find everything on this list, right? Because to find a black man, let's go through it, that doesn't want to have children, that is okay with you being the boss hog, that is a leftist, right? Left of center at least. That is like I said, don't want to have children, is a leftist, is okay with you running things while he, to be honest, funds it, right? She runs, he funds. He funds, she runs. That's going to be a difficult sell, right? That's going to be a difficult sell. That has to deal with your anxiety that you admitted you have. Yeah, right. That does not care for any of Black manosphere rhetoric or talking points, and actually has an aversion to it. That doesn't use the fit, feminine, and friendly type rhetoric or subscribes to it in any way. That's a difficult sell. That's a difficult sell, right? That's a hard sell, right? She also told you she's okay with just being her, just being by herself. So that goes right back to the conversation that me and Compassionate had, which is it is this unattainable list of demands I have or nothing. And I'm okay with nothing. I'm really not. I'm going to be talking crap about black men the whole time, but I'm okay with nothing if that's what I have to do instead of quote unquote settling. Oh boy. Right? Yeah. Me and my lady, we fell onto some was it IG or was it on YouTube? And it's this mixed couple, is this frumpy, chubby, very unattractive white dude and this kind of short, whatever, kind of chubby-ish um sister and like black woman, and she dresses up like a toddler, like a not a toddler, like a a 5-year-old white girl, and I really mean it the way I'm saying it, like the colorful braids she has in her hair, and she dresses with the dress, like she dresses literally like how you would dress your 5-year-old daughter. And guess what? So does he. Oh boy, y'all heard it right. And me and my lady had a conversation about, and this is a while ago, about this, presentation and gender performance and all of this, right? And this is a couple in, and like I said, dude reminds you of the white dude that he has skits on IG, and he has some on YouTube, and he plays a cop often, and he's kind of funny, and he has skits with black people, he has skits with white folks, and he actually played a cop in a couple of those cop shows, but he looks a lot like him, but a bit heavier. And yeah, but imagine a guy built like that wearing a above the knee dress, um with the folds and everything, and has the colorful hair and all of it. And I'm saying that to say, like, she might have to date a brother or a white man, because even though she says she's not into white men right now, let's see, that desperation is going to get real, and eventually she might have to end up with someone like that, right? Huh. It might have to be that, to be honest with you, right? Mr. Shik to You says, and shout out to BGS, just leave it on the lot. Hysterical, right? Huh. Yeah, no, true. And Lion says her actions by going on that show, going on Kendra G's show, shows that she's not okay being by herself. Yeah. Black Guru says, I don't think she is attractive enough to attract a big enough pool of black men in LA. Men ages 29 to 38. That's the age range that she said she was open to. There we go. Who have most of what she wants. I agree. That's what I'm saying. She has to open her pool to, and she's already open to it. She said she's okay with dating a bisexual man. So yeah, no, she might even have to open the pool even. I want to say no pun intended, but I kind of mean pun intended. She might have to open her pool wide enough, not just to bi men, but to dudes that are like into some real gender bending, different type of gender performance type thing. That, yeah, it can't just be bi men. It has to be like non-binary, dudes. She has to open that pool up way more. That parameter has to be open way more so that she can. And to be frank with you, she might have to get rid of that black man requirement, because the vast majority of white men, even white men on the left, they ain't doing it. So she has to open that pool up real wide, because yeah. Right. Huh. She's gonna have to, yeah, because I just don't see it. And Jake says Harley is gonna end up with a granola hippie white dude like the one black woman who was crying about getting old on TikTok in 2022. Right? Man. Man. I think you meant to say she, but let's say, and grab second gear says she is a difficult person, and deep down she knows she don't want a man or bond with a man. And this also speaks to a conversation that me and BGS had about transactional relationships. This is what it looks like. This is what it sounds like coming from women. This is what it sounds like. So once again, if we take her at face value, we're not speaking about a woman that necessarily is looking for you to be her paymaster. At least not out loud, she isn't. But listen to the way she speaks. This was a very transactional situation. No passion whatsoever. No heartfelt anything. You did not get feminine vibes from her. You know what you got from her? Very white corporate, white collar businessman vibes. She probably is chocolate dip XX chromosome version of the white men she works with. This is very corporate America, white collar, white man vibes. Right? Yeah. And Telescope says, in the auto sales game, vehicles who sit on dealer lot too long get what's called lot rot, flat tires, etc. From unused, from unuse. Some of these chicks suffer from lot rot at this point. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. And I think I did a stream forever ago about, you know, perpetually single and what that does to a person, in this case, a woman, in this case, once again, a black woman's psyche, right? What does it do to your psyche? What does it, especially when you have the likes of Chrissy and Yanni and Paris and Lexus Exodus and Shura7 and all of these content creators, and not even just on social media, well, not even just on YouTube, you have Keating Jade and all of these people who kind of prey on that, right? And I'm not even speaking about the newspaper articles and the magazine articles. I'm not even speaking about the memes that circulate in black women's spaces. I'm not even speaking about that yet, right? And so when you spend years, and I didn't even speak about the celibacy. When you, in this woman's case, you know, we could tell she isn't, because she didn't want to answer the question. When you spend years single, no real passionate connection outside of maybe sex with the opposite sex for years, when you spend that much time ingesting these black women intellectualizing their misandry, couple that with maybe a few years of celibacy, what are you going to sound like? And remember, you're still going to work, you're still living a life. So you're in these spaces with white folks, with, you know, professional white, for in her case, professional white folks. What do you start to sound like more and more, right? We already know what country we're in. We already know how we're socialized. So what do you start to sound like? How do you start to think? Remember, then on top of that, you have absorbed a lot of feminist theology. What do you start to sound like? What do you start to think? Right? Well, this, everyone, this, and it's frightening to me to think that this could become more and more normal. We already see this. I mean, we already see it with Ebony K. Williams. We already see it with Amanda Seales. And those women have this young lady by a decade or so. Right? So the Lauren, that's the young lady that Ebony K. Williams spoke to on the Breakfast Club. Lauren and this young lady are about a decade younger than Ebony K. Williams and Amanda Seales. And you don't, not only do you not see an evolution, you see a de-evolution. Right? They're devolving. Right? At least this young lady told you, hey, I am a feminist. Okay, cool. Right? I am open to bisexual relationships. Oh boy. right? Don't tell me about anything fit, feminine, and friendly. Don't talk to me about that. Huh? I'm okay with partnership, so she says. I'm okay with 50-50, so she says. Huh? Remember the beginning too, she said, essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, something like she wants someone that's not afraid of conflict, something along those lines. I'm getting that wrong. But that's her way of saying, I'm going to be an a hole. I hope you can deal with it. I'm going to be an a hole. I hope you can deal with it. Right? And y'all gives you 1 second, actually. Y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Give me a second, yo. Okay, there we go. I wanted to make sure I heard it the right way. When Kendra G asked Harley, what is she looking for in a man? She went through the rigmarole, and one of the things that she said, she made sure to stress, is someone who is not avoidant of conflict, and she realizes that a lot of people are skittish around conflict. She's gonna be an a-hole. That's what she's saying. I am going to be a menace. That is what she is saying. For a woman to be on a dating matchmaking advertising show, right? And for what is she looking for in a man? For her to say someone who is not conflict avoidant. I'm gonna bring the hammer down every chance I get. You can't breathe wrong in my presence. Her words. Someone who is not conflict avoidant. I find that many people are skittish. Her words. And for that to be among the first things you say when describing your ideal man, oh boy, right? And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Buckeye fan. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh? Someone who is not conflict avoidant. That's frightening, yo. Yeah, I'm still listening. Y'all give me a second. Hmm. Hmm. She also says someone with high emotional intelligence. She's looking for someone with high emotional intelligence. Oh boy. Translation: know how I feel, when I feel it, where I feel it, um, and generally know how to kiss my ass. Right? And compassionate says basically she likes her fish to squirm. I see it as more like, for those of us who ever been with our parents, mothers, um, to go get seafood and they pick up the crab live, right? And if you ever watch your parents, unalive a crab, it's fighting with the crab in the beginning in the sink, right? You could easily just stab the crab straight through, but you kind of play with it a little bit. Y'all give Z 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back, right? So no, I look at it as fighting with the crab that you're about to unalive, and you're going to be eating in a minute, right? What authority? And Jake says, I'm going to challenge your authority, but on steroids. Oh no! First of all, you don't have any authority. Remember, this is a partnership, so there is no quote unquote leader. So she's not necessarily challenging your authority. She is challenging how you came to the conclusion that you came to, and have you considered this other way, or this other thing, or this other possibility, and whatever the hell y'all are talking about. Translation for leftists is shut the hell up, Negro. Right? Oh man. And low-key darkness is, it is difficult for me to listen to Kendra G because I don't like watching train wrecks. Hysterical. Right? No, but I appreciated this young lady, and I'm covering this today because I appreciate this young lady for being as honest, oh boy, air quotes, honest as she was. Now, was she truly honest? No. But for as honest as she was and what she said, and she gave us a lot to interpret and digest, yeah. From the mention of Kevin Samuels to the word partnership, right? To her saying she's not opposed to dating a bisexual man, right? To her owning that she's a feminist, to saying that she wants to be with someone who's not conflict avoidant, which means she's going to be an a-hole. What this young lady gave us here is a lot, especially for you younger brothers. Especially for you under 30-year-olds. Understand what they're saying when they're saying it. This is what she meant. Right? And one of the reasons I would argue why she's on Kendra G's show is exactly for the reason why Black Uru said. She ain't gonna find that type of black man in LA. Right? Once again, Black Uru says, I don't think she is attractive enough to attract a big enough pool of black Los Angeles men ages 29 to 30 who have most of what she wants. She's no, not in LA. Right? And if she's open to the buy stuff, she better move to Atlanta then. Shout out to Atlanta. Sorry, Atlanta. Huh? If she's looking for a man who's been socialized to be down with the gynocracy, and she's okay with dating a bisexual black man, then yes, Atlanta. Because you are definitely, even though California has what, two, three, not more than two, like three times the population of Georgia, almost three times. And I'm not even telling. Notice, I didn't say move to Georgia. I said move to Atlanta. Not even the whole state. Right? Yeah, exactly. And I'm also says, thought she said she was already from Georgia though. She better move back. Right? Because are the politics in Cali conducive for what she's looking for? Yes. But is she gonna find enough black men that's gonna play that role? No. Huh? That's the problem. And for her and her look in particular, no. And she's not a ugly woman. She's all right. She's all right, right? Right in the middle. She's all right, right? But for you to essentially want to be the boss, yeah. Nope. Once again, to all of you brothers under the age of 30, it is paramount, especially after y'all done watch y'all uncles and your grandfathers get ripped to shred in divorce court or by a baby mama or by ex-girlfriend. It is important that y'all know how to interpret what these ladies are actually saying. Not just the words coming out of their mouth, not just the words in these articles, but what they really mean, the message behind the words. Huh? Yeah. This young lady wants you to be provide, protect, and shut up. She knows for the most part no man is signing up for that. That's even going to be a difficult find for her in the black community. That's why she says she's okay with partnership. That's why she says she's okay with 50-50. Not because she's actually okay with 50-50, but because she understands that this is a hard ask. And then it was reiterated to her when Kendra G said it. This is a bit much. Because guess what, y'all? It's a bit much. It's a lot. All right. Right. I had to cover this. Shout out to Medium Man for bringing this up. Shout out to Kendra G for interviewing this young lady. Whoo! Or having a conversation with this young lady. But yes, for those of you that said it came off as a job interview earlier, I think Kendra G's lives and Medium Man, I think people in their comments were saying the same thing. She's speaking like this is a job interview. But yeah, no, she comes off very and maybe even the word abrasive that I used earlier may not even be the right word. But yeah, she was very short, right? But she was quick. She was witty. She was quick. But what does any of that mean? You don't want to have children. You don't necessarily care for a man's man. You don't have a problem with the fit part, right? But once a man speaks about feminine and friendly, you have an issue. Well, and this is the problem that black women have right now. And St. Cyr says the black men in Cali are just going to go with the whites, Latinas, and Asians. She better go back to Georgia where the odds are in her favor. And like, this is one of the arguments that black women are actually making. They just don't have the ovaries to say it overtly like this. Listen, I don't care if the black community is a matriarchy, if you want to be kind, a gynocracy, if you want to be accurate. You're supposed to stay here. I don't care how insufferable we are. I don't care how mean and rude we are. I don't care how crazy we sound. None of that matters. Whether you have money or you don't, you stay here, black men. And the issue that young ladies like this have, the Miss Harleys of the world, is that black men, young black men with any modicum of stability, don't have to stay in the gynocracy shoveling black women's poop. Right? Any black man worth a damn. I didn't even say rich. I didn't say wealthy. I didn't even say upper middle class, barely middle class. If you working class and you're stable enough, she got a problem, right? This is hysterical, and I know exactly who you're talking about. And as Split Jim says, meanwhile, chick getting all the praise. And for those of you that seen the clip, I didn't watch the whole interview. Isn't that what that was? What a man on the street interview? Some country ass white woman. I literally just seen the small ass clip. So if anybody has the whole, well, Z pause. If anyone has the whole clip, there you go. Please you know, put it in the comments or whatever. But the little country ass white woman, and I heard her say, "You gotta hug to that thing," and I died the first time I saw it. That's hysterical. But yeah, yeah, right. So I only seen that clip, and I didn't need no context because I knew exactly what she was talking about clearly. And it's hysterical. But yeah, huh? Yep. Right. So once again, we covered this because this young lady, to me, I'm really doing this for the brothers under the age of 30, under the age of 25. Because yeah, she's older than y'all, um, but you're gonna hear a lot of, especially black young women in y'all age group. There, a lot of them gonna be talking like this, exactly like this. They're gonna sound like her. They're gonna move like her. Especially the brothers that occupy the black manosphere, and y'all are on the right trajectory. You're gonna be professional. You're gonna be doing good. Your money's gonna be straight. Y'all are gonna be running into a lot of women like her who don't mean half of what they say, but they definitely want to put it on the table so they could be duplicitous and have one foot in patriarchy and one foot in feminism. Right? A lot of young black women, professional in particular, are going to sound just like her. And I really wanted to give the correct reading on what she really meant. Shout out to, once again, and I actually respect that about Kendra G, is that she pretty much told her, yeah, this is a hard ask. This is a lot. And Demetrius says, Mr. Z, but what's understood ain't got to be explained. Demetrius, but you're smart, so you get it. Some of the other brothers are a little bit slower on the uptake. I want to make sure we catch them up to speed and make sure they don't end up being on the wrong side of a woman like Miss Harley. Right? Yeah. Man. This to me is, I know, and y'all have heard me say this. I know there are brothers in the black manosphere who have a real gripe with the Sukiyanas and Sexy Reds, and like that's where they spend the predominant focus. That's their predominant focus, right? That's where they really spend their time critiquing, analyzing these women's behaviors, the way they speak, the way they dress, all the tats, all the hood behavior, and just unsightly way of doing things. Is just crass and rude, and yes, I understand that. And on the other side of that, even though she had a leg tattoo, a thigh tattoo, are women like this young lady who are more well put together and who speak well and who enunciate their words well, right? And who are professional. And she said what she works in, what, mental health, right? Like I said, they present well, you know, speak well, professional. You wouldn't have a problem bringing her to a work dinner party, right? Especially around them white feminists. Yeah, all of that. Complete terror at home, right? right? Complete terror. And Demetrius says, somebody said you have to deal with blah 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 blah. And I said to that, make me whole. Demetrius, you can't be talking to the women like that. Yes, you can. Right? And that's a major issue for Black women. Harley is an example of that. That's why she's calling. She's in LA. She's in LA. This is Black with especially professional, at least stable Black women. We're not talking about the sisters that don't got two nickels to rub together. We're talking about the ones who got their own place and are providing for themselves good enough, right? So they're not balling. Maybe they have a 8-year-old Camry that they drive. They live in an okay part of town. They're barely able to afford everything, but still, they're still making it. They're barely making it, but they're still making it. The women like that, oh, how dare you, brothers, that's supposed to be with them, not be with them, right? How dare you? Huh? How dare y'all, like St. Cyr says, how dare y'all end up with the white girls and the Latinas and the Asians? Huh? That's another reason why the clip that what was that Jason Black covered when he covered, oh yeah, Bumble, when he covered the dating websites like Hinge, better yet, and the Black girl that was like, she don't want to do all of that switching her profile on Hinge to white because she don't want to date no Black man who dates white girls or who would rather be with a white girl, and et cetera, et cetera. You saw her attitude when she said that. Translation: I don't want to deal with a Black man who has had forays outside of the Black Gynocracy and he knows what it's like. He has experienced women of other races who do not treat him like he's beneath them. Harley, everyone. Now, I agree. I can definitely see her with one of these quote unquote progressive white men whose sexuality is a bit different, right? I could see her with one of those. I'm saying though, and Black Guru says sugar babying and escorting to cover some cash flow shortages. Yeah, right. Wow. And Demetrius says it was actually an older dude telling me what I should put up with, but I'll one ever be with a Black man, right? Wow. And Demetrius says, I don't trust white ladies and defo not white Latinas. Hey, ain't nothing worse than a wannabe. Right? Trust me, I live in South Florida. Ain't nothing worse than the wannabes. Spanish be on point, thick as hell, right? Green eyes, baddie Latinas. Wanna be white still. I mean, they're white. Effectively, they're white. They are white, but they're not wasp white, right? They're Spanish-speaking, thick-ass white women, but they're not wasp. And like I said, ain't nothing worse than a wannabe, right? How do you know, Z? Because I grew up with them. Huh? Jake says, the minute I tell a Black woman I've dated Asians and Latinas, it's like watching Pompeii burn in real time. Well, if they're honest, dear black women, you can make up for that. You have the first right of refusal, believe it or not. The problem is that you're so goddamn insufferable that you give away your lead to the Latinas and the Asian girls and the white women. The Asian women and the white women and the Latinas. The default are black women for the most part. It's changing though, right? It's changing though. The default is black women first. The problem is y'all are so damn insufferable you give up your chance. And you only ever care for real, and even with that, you still try to protect your ego when you become Vivica A. Fox. Huh? When you become O. Stefco. When you become Ebony K. Williams. Do y'all see a pattern here? Huh? Either you've aged out the game so much and it's punching you in the face. Shout out to Vivica A. Fox. When you have had absolutely mind-bending, messed up situationships with white men. Huh? Shout out to O. Stefco. Or you got kicked off of Mount Olympus. And now you've been forced back with black men, and you're throwing a temper tantrum because you can't end up with one of those mediocre Negroes over there. One of those blue-collar mediocre Negroes. Shout out to Ebony K. Williams. Huh? And Black Uru says, I think she's been thoughted out by white and Latin dudes out there in LA, which is why she is insisting on his being with a black man. Possible failed divester. I would not be surprised. As a matter of fact, I'm willing to put money Black Uru is right, and she has dated out before. And when we say dated, let's call a thing smashed. I'm willing to put money somewhere in her background is at least one white dude or Latino dude. At least one, and let's be honest, is definitely probably more than one. Huh? And I get it. Black women get frustrated with the outcomes with black men because black women be insufferable when it comes to black men. They throw temper tantrums. They go run and go deal with white dudes or Latino dudes thinking there's going to be a better outcome because they still don't want to look in the mirror and realize it's them. And the white dude has fun. These are the white dudes that y'all come into contact with. They'll be like, oh, I had a black girlfriend when I was 27, when I was 25. I had a black girlfriend. I dated a black woman before. Huh? These are those white guys. Huh? Then when it fails spectacularly, fireworks and all, then these are the women, well, that sound like Harley. Huh? These are the women that turn out to sound like Harley. After it fails spectacularly with the white dudes and with the Latinos. What they don't want to tell you is that they were over there throwing a temper tantrum and trying to give black men the middle finger. It just failed because it was always going to fail. Right? It just fails because it was always going to fail. Yep. Huh. And once again, thank you for the super chat. A split Jim. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right. Huh. That's why I'm covering Harley today. And you know, shout out to Demetrius. Demetrius says, I get it. Right. And actually the comment you put where you said I'll only ever be with a black woman. And I hear, and that's the catch, right? Like, if you listen to these weirdos talk, they speak as if for the majority of the black manosphere, we still don't want and prefer black women. This is not a divester space. This is not a swiller space. We make space for the brothers that do want to date and marry out because black women have made themselves that insufferable. And that's one more black man that they lost. Right? But for the most part, black men in the black manosphere still want to end up with black women. Black men in the black manosphere still advocate for their children to come home with a black woman. Shout out to attorney Dennis Sperling. For their sons to come home with a black woman. Huh? Yeah. Uh-oh. Right? Huh. And Black Uru says she left New Orleans for Los Angeles only to date a regular black man. Don't believe that for a moment. She went out there on some exploration stuff, and Brad and Jose dudes taught her some lessons. I don't even want to know how the lessons were taught. Oh boy. Right? Oh boy. Right? Let me see what Jake and St. Cyr is saying. Right? Oh. And Jake says to St. Cyr, forgot to ask you if black women hit you with the notice me because I'm black energy when you're traveling. And St. Cyr says, dog, yes, they be begging it heavy. It's heavy. Like I don't owe you a single ounce of attention. Most you're getting is a head nod because my parents raised me to be cordial. Right? And Compassion says, because we're masochists, we are. Man. Demetrius says, I know what I saw. Right? Demetrius says, I ain't about to be made crazy. I ain't about to make me feel crazy for seeing what I saw, damn it. The Gynocracy would definitely tell you to not believe your lying eyes. Or are you sure, and Demetrius, you know I'm telling the truth about this, are you sure that's what's going on? Are you sure it's not because of the way you were raised in this patriarchal system, this capitalist patriarchal, right? Patriarchal, yeah, they be doing that shit. System. Are you sure it's not the way you're interpreting it? Huh? Because I don't know if that's what she said. I think that's the way you're taking it. Right? No, they'll definitely tell you don't believe your lying eyes. What she said wasn't disrespectful. It was this misandrous, right? You know they laugh when we say misandrous. What's that? They think it's a joke. They think misandry is a joke. It's not real. That's some crap men created to respond back to when women say misogyny. Right? Huh. Hmm. And Jake says, Edward said it best. If black women, I think you meant, are you saying ask? If black women ask why you're not dating them, to be honest, it's because I'm lame. Oh, yeah, lean into it, right? Lean into it. Don't even do the, oh, it's because the black women didn't want me, and I'm not the type of black, I'm not edgy enough, or I'm not, I don't have to look, I'm not thug. By the way, brothers, oh, please don't do that. Oh, it comes off so cringe and corny and lame. I don't have to look. I'm not gangster enough. I'm not, because they're looking for Tupac in a suit. And stop, please, for the love of God, stop. It's because I'm too clean cut. It's because I'm not edgy. Yawn. Now y'all be sounding like the ladies when y'all do that. I agree with Jake. I agree with Ed on this. It's because I'm lame. I'm lame. All right. And keep it pushing. Because it's like you're trying to shame the women. No, let them do that. When we do the whole, oh yeah, it's because I don't listen to rap. I'm an alternative type of black dude. It's because I dress different. It's because I didn't grow up in the hood, right? It's because, I date out because they used to call me Oreo. Please let it be the women that still talk about their goddamn when they were 7 years old, 8 years old, 12 years old, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old, their trauma about these young men, young boys, actually, who were not attracted to them. Now they're 40 years old and they're still traumatized by it. Let that be them. Let it not be us that sound like petulant children at the age of 35 and 40 and 45. See, it all started when I was 14 years old. All right. Oh, Steph Cole brought y'all back to when she was 8 years old. Real Talk with Yanni Sid when she was 16 years old. The heavyset sister that BGS spoke to, three and a half years ago at this point, on Herbert's channel years ago, told you when she was 15 years old. These women are in their at the time Yanni was in her late 20s, but still, these women be in their late 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s. Talking about when they were 8 years old and 14 years old and 16 years old. And the little black boys weren't checking for me, and then oh, how did I forget? Bowser told you she went to prom with the white dude because the black jocks weren't checking for her and the black nerds weren't checking for her. So I'm assuming this is when she was 16 or 17 years old. She's in her 30s recounting this story, by the way. Meanwhile, FD Signifier is telling us in the black manosphere to go touch grass. Meanwhile, he occupies spaces with black women who are talking about high school prom and having to go to high school prom with the white dude, and that's if it was really quote unquote having to go to high school prom with the white dude because the black jocks and the black nerds weren't checking. Dear Bowser, you are in your mid-30s now. You're still that same person. I understand why them niggas wasn't checking for you. Shout out to your boyfriend. Right? Yeah. Huh? I'm reading through your comments. Give me a second, yo. Jake says, basically, the pretty boy and the jock curved him. Yes. Demetrius says, 8 years old is wild. And if I remember correctly, she either said 8 years old or 8th grade. I want to say she said 8 years old. It might still be up on her channel. I doubt it because she's deleted a lot of her stuff. And quite frankly, it's the stuff where she's being the most candid and open she's deleted. Right? Chief Ruckus says, my dad never told me I was pretty. That type of talk. Right? That type of talk, exactly. Divested Zealot told y'all, She gave up on black men when she was like 14 or 16. Whatever super traumatizing event she went through, short of uncle getting handsy, yeah, I don't see it. Because Divested Zealot is what, in her 40s? She got to be in her 40s, right? Telling you, she pretty much gave black men the middle finger when she was still a child, when she was a teenager. Huh? So I'm also saying this to emphasize the point. Dear black men, much of the way black women speak about black men don't have anything to do with what an adult black man did to them, supposedly did to them when they were adults. Much of this stem back to being a child and not feeling like the white girl you envy. God damn, Z. Not feeling like you're treated like the light-skinned sister with the green eyes when we were children, everyone. These are the sisters that were in the corner sneering at Vanessa Williams, right? Sneering at Beyonce. Huh? And if you cute and chocolate, they were sneering at you, Kelly Rowland. We know, don't worry about the logistics. I understand that their situation was different and whatever, right? Yeah. St. Cyr says it really is all from grade school trauma. And like, do they have adult experiences? Absolutely. Are they still annoyed about the brother when they were 21 years old and they let him drive his car? They let him drive her car and he might have bought it back with no gas. Yeah, that might be a thing. But really, you let them talk long enough, you realize a lot of this stuff is really about two things in particular. Not being sought after when they were children. We're talking about middle school and high school in particular. And believe it or not, I promise y'all, for those of y'all that never heard Z say this before, so many of you have heard me say this before, but some of you haven't. A lot of the way black women sound about black men, particularly on these social media and internet streets, believe it or not, have to do with celebrity black men and who they're dating and having sex with. Yes, you heard right. Who they're parading around. A lot of the way black women feel about black men has to do with Kanye and Kim Kardashian. You heard right. Yes, you heard right. It has to do with OJ and Anna Nicole Simpson. No, Nicole Simpson, better yet. Yes, you heard right. Yes, you did. Yep, you heard right. And Compassionate says they absorb the experiences of the other girls and women, which just compounds their insecurity. Exactly. Huh? When they find out that Ghost um from Power is married to a white woman, they go ballistic. When they find out what's the name of the brother from Insecure is married to a white woman, they go ballistic. Oh, see, Demetrius said the actor off of Insecure too, exactly at the same time, right? Yep. These two things for real are why you have women. And by the way, I'm specifically talking about women online, black women online. No, in a real life, because we all heard those comments from our mothers and our aunts when they find out whatever celebrity man that they had a crush on or whatever celebrity black man they find attractive is either dating or married to a non-black woman. If you want to know Uzi, you about to go there. I'm about to go there. If you want to know One of the reasons, one of the reasons why you're seeing black women celebrate the, excuse me, celebrate the downfall of Diddy has nothing to do with him and Cassie and whatever happened in that hotel or whatever story Cassie's telling. Whether it's true or not is immaterial. They want to punish Diddy for J-Lo. Ooh, Z, you said that. I said it. They want, yes, Lawrence, yes, Demetrius, yeah, right. They want, yep, they felt a certain way about that brother too. Luke Cage is married to a white woman. They felt a certain way when they found out he was married to a white woman also. These women want to punish Diddy for J-Lo. 20 plus years later, they still want to punish him for that. Yes, you heard right. Yep. Remember, this is why they danced on Kobe Bryant's grave. But he had the unmitigated gall to be a rich, famous, black super athlete married to a non-black woman. Right? You better believe it. You better believe it. And Chief Ruckus says they praise Serena, Eve, Viola, etc. But. According to Miss Bowser, and she said this and then she reiterated it a year later, it's not the same. And I'm paraphrasing. She pretty much can't respect anyone who thinks it's the same and who doesn't understand it's not the same. It's not the same. Right? Black women should be allowed, and without any scrutiny, and I don't even know where they get this allowed from, whether black men like barring you from dating out, whatever. Black women should be allowed, and actually, if they really want to be honest, encouraged to expand their options and date out, because there's not enough black men, and the numbers of black men they are, right, are a sizable minority of them are incarcerated. And even for the professional black men that are worth a damn, too many of them, once again, are with non-black women. And the ones of them that are not with black women and that would prefer black women, then you got to deal with, oh boy, misogynorism and colorism and featureism and texturism. And the ones of them that aren't like that are too patriarchal. And the ones of them that aren't are probably dusties. Oh boy. Or dun dun dun. In Bowser's case, they might be blue collar. Ew, blue collar on my hands. Ew, ew, ew. Disgusting. Ew. Blip. Huh? Right? Wow. And Jake says, did she explain how it's different? No, she did not. Well, not not that I know of. Let's put it that way. Not that I know of. Right? And Chief Rocka says, how can they love Drake but throw shade at mixed women? Both individuals have non-black parents. But Drake, especially early Drake, paid fealty to the Gynocracy. And he still does it to this day. That's what much of the Sexy Red thing is about right now. Right? That's what much of that is about. Drake played the game. For them, it was heartbreaking finding out that he's over here knocking up thick ass, hard face, white corn stars. But the same, remember, it was the same. Now you don't hear his name as much as anymore, but it's the same thing they did with Jesse Williams when he went on when it was BET and he was doing the whole, we honor you, black women, we're going to protect you. And it had a tinge of romanticism in it. right? He didn't just say it like flat, like, yo, black women, we're gonna do right by you, we're gonna respect you, we're gonna no, it had a tinge of like, no, we're gonna be there for you romantically. And they was rocking out with Jesse Williams until they found out he divorced his wife and now he's with some white woman, right? Huh? You see it with George, not George Harlow. I wanted to say George Harlow, but whatever his name is, Harlow right now, right? They know the white guys, the black guys, the Latino guys. Everybody know. You want to get the black community for the most part pander to the ladies. Jack Harlow, thank you, Jack Harlow, Jack Harlow. I want to say George so bad, yeah, Jack Harlow. They know. Everybody know. And black, believe it or not, black women know. And for them, rightfully so. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, pay fealty, kiss the ring. Yeah, you right. That's what you're supposed to do. Huh? Yep. So yeah, they definitely can justify Drake. They can definitely justify Drake. Huh? And if you notice, some of them are real quiet after Kendrick then crushed them. They're real quiet because they didn't like Kendrick. How dare you have a song talking about blacker the berry, sweeter the juice, and then you out here with this racially ambiguous looking ass black woman, and you married her? How dare you? Right? Yep. Huh? You're absolutely right. And y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. I did not go to Popeyes. Y'all wildin'. Y'all know it's a reckless stream. Y'all know what that means. What happened to the audio? My apologies, Miss Pamela. Let me hear you say OV ho hysterical. What y'all was talking about here? Freaky ass. Right? Man. Let me see what y'all were talking about while I was gone. Okay. Mrs. Z is back. I am back. Right? Thank y'all for still holding on. Shout out to all the people that was probably startled when I started talking. Right, because I was gone so long. Y'all know it was a reckless stream. Reckless stream means reckless stream. Right? So, right? Yeah, we're back. So yeah, no, we covered this today, and let me see. Okay, no extra. Okay, we covered this today to speak on why you need to be able to interpret. Shout out to Edward Anderson. He calls it B-babble. You need to be able to interpret B-babble, right? And that's what this young lady was engaging in. So, and I've said this before, right? Do we have an issue interpreting what women really say, what Black women really mean when they use certain phrases, certain terms, when they don't just come up the middle and say, look, I'm looking for a man to protect, provide, and shut up. I'm looking to be able to be 1 foot in patriarchy, 1 foot in feminism, pick and choose feminism, patriarchy by feminist specifications, and I will call that egalitarian. Do we have a problem admitting that that is what women are actually saying, Black women in particular? And what you saw from this young lady, Miss Harley, is a woman who, for the most part, because she's a leftist, understands systems. She understands that you got to pay it forward. She gets it. Right? That is why she wanted nothing to do with anyone that any type of Kevin Samuels, nothing. Which when you hear Black women say Kevin Samuels, they are speaking about you, Black men in the Black manosphere, and they're speaking about Black men writ large. Even though the average brother doesn't think that, the average Black man does not think that Black women who say Kevin Samuels in a pejorative way, when they mention Kevin Samuels' name in a pejorative way, the average Black man does not think that she's talking about him. Yeah, she's talking about you too. FD signifier in foreign man in a foreign land. And FD already experienced it multiple times now, him being checked by Black women. So even when he's speaking, he got to say, give me some grace. Right? He got to admit, give me some grace. Right? Huh. Right? So y'all read that comment when he was speaking about Jonathan Owens, right? Or how he felt about the Rhoda situation, that's Brickface Lady. Huh? And shout out to Meg Thee Stallion, because Meg Thee Stallion has a song with Glorilla, and part of the song she says, man trying to tell me what to do, I'm not sure, baby, you're not my daddy type thing. And a part of me, yes, listen, Meg Thee Stallion, if you ever hear Z, I'm gonna be honest with you. A spiteful part of me said, we're gonna make her feel that. I'm honest. I'm gonna be honest. A part of me said, oh, you saying that now, Meg Thee Stallion? These young brothers, these brothers around your age, oh, they're gonna make you feel that. They're gonna make you feel that. Shout out to you being Vivica A. Fox in 20, 30 years. Yeah, I'm gonna admit it. Yes, I'm gonna admit it. Yeah. You're not my daddy. I'm not your baby. Okay. Sounds nice in lyrics. Huh? Rumor in the rumor mill is that you're already an a-hole and you're aggressive as hell. Rumor in the rumor mill. You're still young and thick and attractive enough. That has a shelf life. You better hurry up and get one of these lames to at least get married to and have a kid with so you could divorce him. Because if you age out the game, have fun after that, Vivica A. Fox. A part of me, I'm not going to lie to y'all. When I heard her say that, I was like, oh, them young dudes going to make you feel what that mean for real. Huh? Those young dudes already looking at you sideways about your whole incident and getting shot in the foot. They're already looking at you sideways about you admitting that you hemmed up your ex-boyfriend before you got famous. They're already looking at you sideways by saying, dear men, just know we don't need y'all. We want y'all. They're already looking at you sideways. Shout out to all the women with all their, shout out to women's bravado. Shout out to women's bravado. Everybody looks at men like we're the arrogant a-holes and ignore women talking out their ass with all their bravado and all their ego. Shout out to Real Talk with Yanni. Ego on full display. Loud and proud. 20 years later. Huh? Yeah. Now what? So when y'all hear this young lady speak, and shout out to this young lady, when you hear Harley speak, when you hear her speak, and I'm going to listen to it, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm going to listen to it one more again after this stream, for good measure. When you hear Harley speak, know what she is saying. She is a gynocrat through and through. She needs you to know your place. She needs you not to have engaged with any Black manosphere content, any type of Kevin Samuels, because that's what she means by Kevin Samuels. Right? She needs you to know that she will be running things. Right? And y'all gives you 1 second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Right? And we're back. So yeah, y'all, seeing that. Yeah, so yeah, no, I just want to say that because it's still a reckless streams. It is still a reckless streams, clearly. But yeah, no, I definitely wanted to bring this to y'all, especially under the age of 30. Under the age of 30, y'all look out. Actually, all of us look out. Because these women do age and they still be super single. Shout out to her for not real young lady, there is a reason why you are calling into Kendra G's show. If you don't realize, right? There is a reason why you are calling into Kendra G's show. It is because of your worldview. And you can find men that are stable enough, that are doing well enough, Black men at least, that are willing to sign up to your program. So maybe you should open up your dating options to non-Black men, specifically white men, right? Now, we already know those white dudes in LA are running through Black women, right? The most open, especially in LA, with their kind of black women in LA and their wayward ways of viewing these things and them being open because they think the white dude is going to save them from struggle. Huh? Quiet as kept. Oh, Stefco, when she was in LA, oops. Huh? You see what I'm saying? And Dr. Thunder says, and what's going on, Doc? And Dr. Thunder says, open up options means zaddy. I'm saying. Right? And Doc, if you saw the clip from Medium Man where he covered the younger black woman, I think she was 31. Her name is Harley, and she was speaking to Kendra G. Yeah, and this is a young-ish gynocrat through and through, and she's on the left, but of course she is, right? And so I was covering that earlier, and kind of giving the young men a warning and to say they're going to see more and more of this coming from black women, especially educated professional black women, right? Eventually black women are going to, somewhat come off that divester, swirler, stupor. I'm telling this young lady, maybe she might want to date out, right? She might want to date out because yeah, looking for a supposed 50-50, it's really not 50-50. 50-50 relationship with a black man who doesn't buy into no black manosphere talking points, who doesn't want to have children, who is okay with partnership, who is okay with a 10 toes down feminist. Yeah, you might be asking for much. Shout out to all those professional black women married to white men talking about anti-patriarchy. Okay, whatever. Sounds nice. Huh? Sounds nice. Right? Shout out to you. And y'all gives you 1 second once again because reckless streams, and y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. All right, y'all. And we're back. That didn't take too long. That did not take too long. That was not bad. I thought this was going to be a bit of a wait, and it wasn't. Yeah. Believe it or not, guys, I am not eating anything. I did not get anything to eat yet. Um, this was not a food run. Shout out to my Popeye squad, hysterical. Um, right? So yeah, y'all. No, so I just wanted to cover this today. Come to y'all with this stream. I think it's important. I really do. Like, I don't know if I did a good enough job covering this, and it's really like a long stream. I did not actually expect to be streaming this long. But I did have a bit of time, kind of, sort of. That's why it's a reckless streams. But yeah, no, I really do think it's important. I really do think it's important because shout out to Army Frimpong that tells y'all he wants y'all to get married and stay married. Shout out to that brother. I don't want y'all to get caught up with sisters like this. Not because I don't think she's a bad person. I do not think this young lady is a bad person. I think the outcome, oh boy, with her and her worldview and any random black man is going to be absolutely catastrophic. I don't think she's a bad person. She didn't give me any type of malice vibes. No, she is a black feminist, which means, and she's a black feminist through and through. She doesn't want any children and all of it. Welp, right? She got to end up with someone like Bowser's boyfriend, right? I'm shallow. Okay. If you say so, right? And I'm not saying this young lady Harley Sitch that she is shallow. I'm saying Bowser once called herself shallow. Okay. I don't know. Maybe my definition of shallow is messed up, but yeah. All right. All right. I ain't judging. I'm all right. Anyway, right? Okay. Alrighty then. But yeah, no, I thought this was important to cover. I wanted to give a different perspective than what Medium Man was saying, and I wanted to put in context what Kendra G saw, what she was experiencing there. And even Kendra G had to tell her, yo, finding this list is going to be difficult. And so it's bad when another black woman who started her channel just to spite a black man, just to say, I can do it better than you. And let's be very clear, that's what Kendra G's channel is. It's a vanity and ego project to tell Kevin Samuels that she could do it better than he can. Right? Anything you can do, I can do better. But you can't do it like me. Anyway, so literally that's D4L. Literally, her channel is D4L. Right? And yeah, you're experiencing the same thing Kevin experienced. I'm just saying. The difference is you talk to men also. But when it comes to the women, you're literally experiencing the same thing. And actually, in many ways, it's kind of worse because we're years later and they're still saying the same thing. So Kendra G, your project of trying to show Kevin that you could do it better than him, yeah, I don't know how successful that was. And even you, every once in a while, will say something that let us know that you are going through it right now, psychologically dealing with these women. Yeah. What you thought? Oh, you thought we was making up. Oh, you thought Kevin Samuels was just too mean. Yeah. Right? And Chief Rocket says, hold up, Z. I never considered that. Hashtag Kendra's project. Hey. Remember, she was on his show. She felt a certain way about him, pretty much saying, yeah, you ain't going to get that. Fast forward 3 or so years later, 2 and some change, no, about 3 years later. Here she is, talking to different black women who told you they haven't been in a relationship in 3 and 5 years. You ask them, when was the last time they were sexually active? A week ago. Here she is talking to black women who are tatted, face, neck, tat, all over the place, still looking for a quote unquote high value man. Right? Nose rings and all. Tatted to hell. Here she is speaking to the same type of boss hog feminist who got a list as long as a goddamn scroll. Huh? Els active. What type of question? Els, you know better than this. Els, you know better than this. Els is, and we're all gonna get our 5 chuckles at your expense, Els. I'm joking with you, but no. And Els asked the funniest question I might have ever seen on my channel. And Els asked, when will she come out publicly and say Kevin was right though? Els, really? You just asked, when will a black woman admit publicly that a black man was right? Publicly. Ooh, yeah. When she started her whole campaign to try to prove that brother wrong and say he could do it, he could have done this a different, softer, nicer, kinder way to black women. Yeah, I don't see it. Long story short, to answer your question, I don't see it. I don't see it. I think the best, the absolute best, the absolute best is for her to do one of those 1 foot in, 1 foot out answers, which is like, I didn't completely disagree with him. I'm just saying he just was being unnecessarily mean and abrasive and aggressive and, a bit misogynoirous, but he wasn't 100% wrong about everything. And I'm saying that is the absolute best case scenario. But most likely, yeah, if not never, she's going to do what she's been doing recently. Actually, there's clips of her saying, stop bringing up Kevin. And, I'm never going to say that Kevin was right type thing. She didn't say it exactly like that, but essentially. Right. And Elle says, I was being sarcastic. Right. But yeah, no, I don't ever see her do. Yeah. Nope. Right. So yeah, no, this is what it is. This is what it is. Kendra G. Shout out to Kendra G. Um, yeah, no. She is who she is. Right. I don't see her changing. I think she's going to continue her channel. It's probably she's getting some good money off of her channel now. People are calling in. The women are calling in, making asses out of themselves, just like they did on Kevin Samuel's show. They're asking the same questions. They're making the same statements. Ain't nothing changed because for them, it's about getting as much as they can with as little effort as humanly possible. And black men are supposed to be a given. They do not think they have to work for black men whatsoever or do for black men whatsoever. Just show up and be there. Not even show up. Just exist. Just exist. And a well-off black man, or to be honest, any man is supposed to parachute out of the sky and do for you because you exist. Right? Huh. And Mr. Shook to you says another thing they are saying is it's okay for some guys like Kevin Samuels to make demands, but but the rest of you niggas, the rest of you Negroes can't. Yeah. Well, this is where the high value man thing comes in, right? This is where the 6-figure man thing comes in. What they're saying is, well, if you earn enough, so this does not apply to the super good looking brothers, right? The good looking brothers, the tall and good looking brothers. You sit this one out. This does not apply to you, or this part of the conversation isn't necessarily for you. It applies to you to a certain extent, but you know, you might be in Splacavelli territory, so this might be a bit different for you. Um, for all of us average looking brothers, or below, what they're saying is you have to pay, right? You're gonna have to pay. So Kevin, this may not apply to him, but all of you brothers that were shorter than him, right? Or you're not a silver fox, etc., etc. Oh no, you're gonna have to pay exorbitantly, right? Huh? And Dr. D says, but many of the lovely ladies will clean up their act for White Zaddy though, because he's white. That's just women in general on planet Earth. I was gonna say in America, on planet Earth, working class white women will clean themselves up for rich white men. Black women will clean themselves up for just about any white man, right? Latina women, same difference. Asian women, depending on her class position, same difference. Indigenous women, same difference. right? Aboriginal women, same difference, right? So yeah, clean up their act for white zaddy. Yeah, that's just women globally right now. They think we have the inferiority complex, but what they're willing to do to be in the presence of and be baptized on the forehead by white peen, what they're willing to do for that, oh boy, right? That's a good. I hear you. I hear you. And L says another dumb question. This is funny. When will black women turn on Kendra for exploiting their innocent and honest desires to be married and making them look bad? So that low key, high key, that's a FD signifier style question, or he might have made a statement out of that more than a question. Because I think he was accusing Kevin or someone in his camp, someone similar to FD, someone of his ilk, pretty much did accuse Kevin and many black men in the black manosphere or black manosphere adjacent type content of preying on black women's insecurities, right, and their desires. So what you're saying, yeah, no, that definitely is a talking point that I'm hearing over there, is that we in the black manosphere are taking advantage of black men and their wants to be white patriarchs, oh boy, um and the Kevins of the world are taking advantage of black women's desires to be loved and cherished and yeah, desired. um yeah, and so yeah, exploiting and taking advantage of these traits, um or not of these traits but of these desires. Yeah, yeah. Huh. Oh no, this is 100% true. And Mr. Shook to you says, if he makes 80 and she makes 40, it's we make 120. If he makes 40 and she makes 80, he's a bum, needs to step up and not in my life, not on my level. Exactly. Exactly. And Chief Rocka says, black pastors prey on their insecurities and desires every day, every Sunday. So even for black women, the drop off in church is significant, especially over recent years. I would argue the new pastor are these content creators on social media, right? The new pastors are the black men and black women content creators on social media. And their churches, their cathedrals are their pages and their social media pages, right? From TikTok to Instagram to YouTube to Facebook to Twitter, the new black churches, particularly black churches for black women, are and just like church back in the 80s and the 70s and the 60s and whatever, black women being the biggest proponents, the largest followers. Once again, just like on social media, we know that black people, namely black women, um engage with social media far more than everyone else. This is why these content creators have become their sages, right? From Chrissy to all the TikTok content creators who I see their faces but I don't remember their names, to Yanni, to Paris, to name them, Amanda Marianne, name them, right? So that's why all of these content creators, um, including Z to a certain extent, um, that's what we are now. We are the pastors, right? And like y'all said, Pastor Paris, Imam Yanni, yeah, right. So when you look at Paris and when you look at Yanni, they occupy Joel Osteen mega churches, right? When you look at um the white dudes, the PewDiePies or whatever, they occupy insane mega churches. When your subscriber, when you look at the Paul brothers and whatnot, and these people got 20 some odd million subscribers and insane numbers. Oh yeah, those are in. That's not even mega churches. This is its whole religion. This is like a religion at this point, right? And so yeah, no, they're taking advantage of them, right? Because real talk with Yenny is slow walking them. If y'all hear Z say, um, Morgan Stanley, um, back in what 2018 was saying how between 2018 and 2030, 45% of what under what age was it of women are going to be not even just black women are going to be single and childless, and then you hear Yanni talking about decenter men and try and pretty much turn that into a movement. Yes, like y'all said, Imam Yanni. That's what she is, right? That's what she is. Now, just like, and Paris is a prime example of that. Just like these women be heartbroken when they find out their pastor was out here with dudes, huh? Or he's out here doing strange things with one of the female parishioners that's not his wife. Just like that, you have the real talk with not real talk with Yenny, sorry, the Paris Milans that pop up on you and say, "Yeah, I've been married for like this many months now," and right? Yep, huh? Yeah, no. And Chief Rocket says, "Mr. Beast is a beast." Bruh has a channel on Roku. I think you wanted to say Roku, but Roki, a chicken box meal that I saw on DoorDash and a chocolate bar that is better than Hershey's. Bruh, all of that from a YouTube channel. All of that from a YouTube channel. Same thing. Didn't Paris have her own little makeup line or something like that? That's why Angry Man calls her a Maybelline Muppet, right? Huh. Yep. Right. So, yeah, y'all. So let me pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Um, y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Shout out to the replay gang if you got this far. Um, yeah. So, like I said, I wanted to cover this today. I thought this was important to cover, in particular, because the young lady, like I said, 30, 31 years old, I think she was 31, the way she sounded, what she got off on, yeah, no, y'all got to be careful. All you 30-year-old brothers and younger, y'all got to be careful. Because on the surface, what she said, yeah, it sounded kind of bad, but it didn't sound that egregious. No, it is that bad. Don't get it twisted. Just because she wasn't being animated and cartoonish and she didn't have all the divester rhetoric and all the swirler rhetoric, don't get it. Nope. Don't look. This is a black feminist through and through, and I don't know how long your relationship or marriage would last, right? I tell you, I would say to the young lady, and I mean it, like I'm not even trying to be funny. You might want to expand your options, mainly to white dudes, if you haven't already and failed at it. But even if you did, stay over there. Stay over there, right? So maybe one day you'll wake up and you will be Tracy Ellis Ross, right? Maybe I'm too advanced. Maybe I'm too ahead of my time for the type of relationship I'm looking for. Yeah, that's it. Huh? Huh? And Chief Ruckus says, exactly. Don't let them shack with you and don't get them pregnant. This young lady already says she don't want to have children. How honest was she being? That's a different conversation, right? But she already says she doesn't want to have children. Ain't no leader, right? She don't believe in none of that leader talk. She don't like that fit, feminine, and friendly talk. That Kevin Samuels talk. Oh boy, right? Huh? Huh? Mr. Strict to you, I'm not even gonna read that out loud. That's funny. Yep. Morpho says Maybelline Muppet. Yep. That's what Angry Man calls her. I think that's hysterical. Right. L says, I would go further and say, don't even sleep with them. It's a slippery slope. I would say the same. I know brothers ain't going to listen. I would say the same. I really think we need to put black women on ice for sex. Black women want to talk all that crap about black men. I don't think that black women who are black feminists, I don't think that black women who are swirlers and divestors, or who used to be, quote unquote, used to be swirlers and divestors, I don't think they should have access to black peen at all. If you really want to go there, if you really want to hear militancy, I don't think they should. I think the requirement for you to, quote unquote, come back from swirler divester or insane rhetoric, Nazi level rhetoric, the Cynthia G's, I think you have to make a public apology to black men and say what you did wrong, say what animated you. I'm about like American style Japanese apology type crap, German apology type crap. And your reparations may not have to be financial. I said it. Your reparations will have to be you going on a goddamn tour, just like you wanted to go everywhere and talk crazy about black men. Now you have to go everywhere and laud black men. I don't have an ego issue, so I don't necessarily need you to worship, but sing our high praises and tell the world why you were speaking the way you were before. I was just angry because I kept on seeing celebrity black men married to black women. And I now know that it was really, white supremacy and it's the white media apparatus, and they're purposely picking on black women and their insecurity. Oh no, you would have to go on a tour for the divestors and the swirlers. Look. It really started from when you want to talk about 13 and 14. So it really started when I was 14 years old, and I was weird, and I was a nerd, and I was kind of unattractive, and I had acne on my face, and the jock that I found attractive, like the light skinned girl, and I kind of held on to that for 30 years. And so now that I'm on the other side of that, I understand that I was beating up on black men because of a childhood trauma of rejection trauma. Right? Right? Huh. So no, I am about telling black women, no, you okay, fine, divestors, you wanna be a quote unquote reformed divestor? No, you got a role. You have a role. We can utilize you, right? You want to be let back in? Oh no, we can utilize you. Shout out to the Chinese. We have re-education camps for your ass. Huh? Oh no. We do have things for you to say. We have a script. We do have things for you to do. Go on this tour, the I'm Sorry Black Man tour. Right? Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. And I'm Waffle says, Z, do you think you'll be able to do a stream on the links I shared? Absolutely. Right. But you gotta wait until after Buckeye fan because I gotta do the no scrubs stream first. But yes, no, I'm not gonna forget about you. I'm Waffles. Right? Right? Huh. Earth says, why would they care about 6%? Oh, wait a minute. Why would they care about the opinions of and feelings of 6% of the population? What are you saying, black women or caring about black men? Or I'm a little lost. Right. Els Active said, nah, Z, I think that's too light. You gotta give them the guillotine, Z. Right? Oh, why would black women care? Because that's the only, that 6% is just about 100% for them. Right? The issue is that black women don't appreciate black men and men being essentially their only option. They're throwing a temper tantrum because white men are white men. In other words, white men will smash, and a handful, a very, very relative handful, will actually be seen in public with them and will marry them. But for the most part, white men and Latino men and Asian men may smash black women, and that's about it. Their best option is black men. And I'm saying treat your best option and pretty much almost only your only option like the cherished group of people that they are for you. So why would they or should they care about this 6% of black men? Because that 6% of black men is pretty much their 100%. That's why. Right? That's why. It's simple. Right? Some of us have had cars that we didn't necessarily care for, but we didn't have the money to buy something new. So guess what? You still took care of that car. You still washed it. You still made sure the paint was okay so it wouldn't rust through. You still put gas in it, obviously, right? You still made sure the tires were okay when they needed to be checked, right? Or when the little thing ping on your dashboard, huh? You did the routine maintenance and everything. Oh, you're saying, oh, no, why would white men care about 6% of black women's feelings? They don't. It's that simple. They don't. They don't, and black women know they don't. White men play a very insidious game with black women, particularly white men on the left and white men on the right, funny enough. White men on the right play the, black men aren't protecting you? Black men aren't doing the provider protector thing? Right? They're not real men like us over here? That's the duplicitous, underhanded, insidious game white men on the right do. They sabotage the black community. They sabotage black men. They put laws in. They put statutes in. They economically strangle black people, black men, and then look at black women like, oh, black men aren't being men over there? That's the game white men on the left play. I mean, excuse me, on the right. That's the game white men on the right play. White men on the left play the, oh no, I am open and I am a leftist and I am not a misogynist and right, white boy feminism, right? That's the game the white men on the left play. The, oh no, I'm not as crass as those guys on the black guys. I don't, I don't call black women or women in general B's and H's. Oh no, right? I don't do that. Huh? Thank you. The left is all Hassan Piker, right? So they troll men who are less desirable than them by saying your issue isn't your looks or your physique, right? Your issue isn't that. Your issue is that you have a toxic patriarchal notion of what men should be and what women should be, right? The way men should act and the way women should act. Your issue isn't your money per se. Your issue isn't your looks per se. Your issue isn't that the majority of women in the 21st century, particularly under a certain age, want to practice patriarchy and feminism at the same time. Your issue isn't that. Your issue isn't a bunch of schizophrenic, foodie call practicing, one foot in feminism, one foot in patriarchy ass women, and that's white, black, Latina, Asian, indigenous women. No, that's not your issue. Your issue isn't that women writ large in America want to huddle up about on the top 10% of white men. And even though I'm not white, I'm still kind of white. It's men like me. Yeah, I agree with you. The Hassan Pikers of the world act real dumb. And I've been around these leftist type of white men. They act. I'm telling y'all, it's an act. We all know it already, by the way, because we've been around them during happy hour. They let their position and their education be the patriarchy for them. Huh? They let their station in life be the patriarchy for them. And in that respect, Herbie was somewhat right in the conversation with Ole and FD Signifier and Foreign Man in a Foreign Land and Quay Tan. He was somewhat right about that. Although his framing was still off, but of course. Right? And Kobe says, Z, are these the same white men that be watching BBC corn videos for the dude? For the left, yes. For the right, definitely yes. Secretly though, conservative white men, there's something up with y'all. Like, if you find out a liberal white dude is secretly in the closet, you'll be like, meh. Kind of goes with your politics. Although you lied. It'd be the conservative white dudes that'd be funny, hysterical. That'd be the funny ones. Jake says Hassan is 6'5", talking about how the black pill is BS. But that's Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. That's somewhat FD Signifier. Although FD Signifier, he has the dreads and the brother got the beard and whatever. But really, he got married early. He was with his lady early, so he wasn't in his late 20s, in his 30s dating. So he doesn't really appreciate foodie calls, right? This brother doesn't really appreciate being on the opposite end of a Harley in a date. He doesn't appreciate that. Huh? So, and all of what trickles down from that on her end and on your end. He doesn't appreciate the sense of entitlement from, see, the issue is, and once again, we go back to Rebecca Lynn Pope. What did remember, this is a black woman. What did Rebecca Lynn Pope say? It's Jekyll and Hyde. I'm paraphrasing. It's Jekyll and Hyde with black women, between the black women that are her friends and that same black woman when she talks to that black woman about dating and about black men and about relationships. So FD doesn't appreciate that because he's been with his lady since I think he said 19 or 21 or something like that. So he don't know. He knows, but he doesn't know. He didn't experience it. No. Right? Huh? Yeah. And L says, I've never encountered a white man from the UK who didn't inherently know that black women are difficult. They all express that they all would do is pipe. All they would do is pipe. That all the way from Romania to WASP, to white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Yeah, and a black woman would think that meant something. She would lie to herself, a very emphasis on the lie to herself, and lie to herself and say, "Oh no, I was in a relationship with a white dude," and all they were doing was smashing after work for 3 months. Huh? All they were doing was smashing in the car after work for 3 months, and maybe he got seen in public with her once or twice. And she would tell you, "No, I've dated white men." Yawn. And as a black man, it boggles my mind more than because black women think they're saying something about like, look, these women have gotten y'all deleted in the past and y'all still marry them. Once again, it's not really about white women right now. It's about Latina women, but y'all don't really get it. Um, it's fascinating looking at black women who think they're not the bust downs for white men, who think that's actually going to mean something. Huh? Huh? Yeah. And Namath says, wait, FD and his wife are college sweethearts, from my understanding. Thank you. And L says these white men only exist online, LOL. Or in very rare cases do I see white men cape for black women. In real life, yeah, no. Right? So yeah. So Hassan Piker, look, man, those weirdo white dudes, man, look. The Mac and Murphy's, at least Mac and Murphy kind of gives language to it. He still plays it down and minimizes it to a certain extent, but he knows it is, and I want to be very clear. It is being a famous rapper and hearing how women, particularly black women, talk about average men. Like, imagine being, who would I say? Imagine being Lil Wayne, not Lil Wayne. Yeah. Imagine being Lil Wayne or Drake. You know what? Better yet, ha 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 ha. Imagine being Fabulous, right? Imagine being Fab, and you in the studio, and there's these, he call them PMBs, pretty mixed Bs. You're in the studio with with 3 or 4 of these chicks, and you get to be privy before you start shoving your slung down their throat. You get to be privy to their conversations with their boyfriends that don't know that they secretly smashing you, or about the guys that are trying to hit on them or get at them, and you get to see how they really think about those dudes. And of course, they're putting on for you. They're talking down about these dudes for you because, of course, right? And then you got to turn around and act like you are okay with men like that, like you chill with those type of guys. No, you think you're better because you smash their women, right? Yeah. So white dudes know they like to pretend like they don't know, right? And foreign man in a foreign land, watching Ole explain to foreign man in a foreign land the swirler divestors in her comments, right? And just the general black women that hate black men that are in her comments and that she interacts with in real life, but definitely online, because she told you about one of her cool ass um homegirls that she used to know in law school. Yeah, and foreign man in a foreign land, whether he was pretending or not, was doing a really good job at acting like, wait, what? Right? Yeah, like he didn't believe that these neo-Nazi ass comments coming from black women were real black women. He believed that these are white dudes trolling like they're black women. Does that exist? Yeah, maybe on the periphery. No, these are real ass black women. They mean what they say, right? And L says, I got hella stories of white guys telling me how black women chase them. I bet, right? And Jake says, my thing is, if white men wanted to marry black women, they would marry them and not make them breeding machines for 400 years. Well, it's the racial hierarchy, right? It's the racial hierarchy. Attractive black women are attractive. Smart black women are genuinely smart. Funny black women are genuinely funny. Charismatic black women are genuinely charismatic. And they're funny to men in general, black men specifically, obviously. The ones that are attractive to men in general, black men specifically, right? The funny ones, the smart ones, the attractive ones. But white men's ancestors created a racial hierarchy on planet Earth. And until you dismantle that hierarchy, the vast majority of black women, Latina women, even Asian women, indigenous women can be to white men is a jump off. They cannot, in good faith, if they want to maintain the racial hierarchy that their forefathers created, they cannot, in good faith, create too many mixed children. That will disrupt the racial hierarchy that their ancestors created. Dr. D says, wait a minute. There's funny women, hysterical. Jay says there's no such thing as funny women. Right? Hysterical. Right? I'm telling you. And Mr. Shook to you says the old school cats told me never to go after thick young women. They will be fat after the first kid. Got to give them room to grow. Literally hysterical. Kind of agree with that. Right. And millennials in name only says the birth rate leaves them no choice but to mix with Asian, Caucasian. Right. Yeah. So yeah, no, the whole question of black women in interracial marriage and the swirling divesting, or even the ones that are not card carrying swirlers divestors and they don't really interact with this type of content on social media, but they do have a history of dating white men and non-black men, but white men specifically. No, let's call a thing a thing. For the most part, most white men, this is not a thing for them. Will they have fun with a black woman when they're young? Yes. Right? A little situationship with a black woman when they're young? Yes. When after they have their 3, 4 white kids from their white wife, their ex-wife that's white, will they then maybe chill with a black woman and maybe give her a mixed kid? Possibly. But is this a thing? No. No. Right? Yeah. Huh. This is the real. And GC says replay gang. Right? Huh. I agree with this. I agree with this. And Longo says there's only a handful of women that can be funny without talking about their cat. Oh boy, true. True. Without talking about the vagina, yep, true. They think they might be funnier than they actually are because men we do the courtesy laughing at their jokes. That's why. Huh. Yep. And millennial name only, this is true as hell, says white men make too many cuck jokes about being trapped with mixed kids. A low chance they will voluntarily do it. Yeah. That's not for the most part. They're not doing that. That's not your average white dude, especially your average white dude that makes middle middle lifestyle, middle income lifestyle, right? That white dude for the most part, nah, nope, just no, right? Once again, and the issue is that black women are throwing a temper tantrum that they're not white women. And they're giving black men the middle finger because they are not white women. What does that have to do with black men? Shrugs. You got to go take that up. I've said it before. Let me say it again. Dear, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Dear black women, you have to take up your issues with white men not marrying you, your issues with Latino men not marrying you, your issues with whoever else not marrying you. You have to take that up with those men and their families. Throwing a temper tantrum because you feel like you're stuck in Blackistan with black men does not serve you. You have to go take up with white men why a significant amount of them, because you see them doing it with Asian women, right? You have to take it up with them on why a significant amount of them aren't coming to save you from Blackistan. They see you going, according to you, dear black women, white men see you going through it with black men. They see how educated you are. They see how you just make everything pop. Everything black women touch turns into gold. They see you have the ability to do that, and yet not enough of them want to marry you. You have to go take that up with white men and with white men's families. Sorry, black women, you can't. Black men don't got nothing to do with that, right? You're the one who say black men are ineffectual, black men haven't built anything, black men are losers. Fine. Well, the white man and the white man's media apparatus is the one that's assisting in creating, and actually the one that's creating the images of undesirable black women. You have to go take that up with white men. And whether that's white men that are small hats or white men that are wasp, it doesn't matter. Before we do the whole small hat conspiracy theory BS. Nope, it does not matter. You have to go take that up with white men. Huh? Taking that up with black men is a waste. And Mr. Shuktiyu says, white men have shame. They know they would be the laughing stock of their social circles dealing with baby mamas. Agreed. St. Cyr says, Z, but if it's black men's fault that they don't have higher desirability, talking about black women, with other races in comparison to black men. Yeah. Right? It is our fault, apparently. And blaming black men for decades, how has that helped black women? It hasn't. Right? And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. KMS says, black men, overtaxation without representation. Z, slow down, say it again. Black men, overtaxation without representation. There you go. From black women. Nah, F that. Boss B, what is it? Boss B therapy, Boss B a party. Right? Oh, Boss B Tea Party. There we go. Boss B Tea Party. Yeah, no, I agree. And it is like KMS, every time you say the taxation without representation, no, you're right. You're right. They don't see it that way. But that is what it is. It is asking you to do Herculean effort, right? Give Herculean effort without anything. Just her presence, right? Just her presence. Huh. And L says, I actually pray for the day this black woman, white man, backstreet antics gets exposed for all to see and none to deny. The funny thing is they're helping to expose it. Yeah. You low-key see it now with the Proud Boys and the Proud Boys and all those black women they were married to. You see it now with, and you definitely see it with the divestors in their rhetoric. The divestors in their rhetoric is beautiful in one respect. It shows how many black women would be okay with marrying a racist white man, right? How many black women will be okay with and actually desire to marry a racist white man? And for them, those are the real men's men, right? And y'all gives you 1 second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back, right? But yeah, no, so when it comes to like y'all see, for many of you, the sticking point of Z's channel was my talk of swirlers and divestors and how I kind of dissected their behavior, because I understood it had nothing really to do with black men. Black women were punching down on black men, but it really had nothing to do with black men. It really had to do with their desires to live out the white woman's life. It barely had anything to do with white men. White men are just the prop to represent their status, black women's status. The divestors and swirlers, with their insatiable inferiority complex, really all they see the white man as is an expensive chain. It's about their ego. The white man is the Ferrari. The white man, especially obviously a rich and notable and famous white man, or a white man that is known around his city, known around his town, all he is the ticket. He's the golden ticket for the lifestyle. And that's really what it was about the whole time. Especially when you start speaking about professional black women, right? White collar black women, black female academics, right? And Bell Hooks already told y'all what it was. She gave you the language. She told you the women adopt the status of their men. Women adopt the status of their men. So okay, fine. And we're going to use Ketanji Brown Jackson as an example. You are a dark-skinned black woman, racially unambiguous black woman, right? What better way to show your status in this society than to be married to a white man? What better way to show you're not like those Negroes over there, but to be married to a white man, particularly, just like Ketanji Brown Jackson, a surgeon, a successful white man on top of that, right? Not a Brad, but the Brad, right? What better way to show that you are an arrived black woman than to be married to a white man of status? I knew that's what it was. So as divestors kept on badgering black men and all the weirdo divestor talk, nah, y'all are jealous of white women. And you see white men not as human beings. You see them as status baubles for you. And once you appreciate that, then, all that divestor stuff makes sense, right? So KMS says, and hopefully I can read this before this light turns green. Theory: could black women be mad at black men because, according to them, we haven't made black women cool enough for white men to take black men on wholesale? It sounds silly, but we are now in the land of the ridiculous with these chicks. KMS, maybe you weren't here before. No, I said this before. Yes. And y'all gives me 1 second. Yes, that is talking about Harleys. Talking about Harley, it wasn't just it really was a Harley. But yeah, no, Camus, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. Because black women are supposed to be Asian women in America. Right? Black men are supposed to do what Asian men did. You do well enough to put your daughters in the neighborhoods, right, where white boys are, and those white boys gravitate to your black girls and then marry your black girls, your black women, right? And then your black women can turn around and say, yeah, I'm not interested in black men because they look too much like my brother, right? I only date white men, right? So it no longer is about, it will morph into, it's not about black men are inept, black men haven't built anything, black men don't earn enough, black men are not educated enough, black men are not, open enough to new things and to new experiences, and they're too uneducated. No. It'll move from black women sounding like Candace Owens did about her white husband and why she isn't with a black man on the Breakfast Club. It would move from that to name the video of the random Asian woman telling you why she's not with an Asian man. And black women will sound like that. Huh? But yeah, no, black women do feel a certain way about black men not putting them in the position to be sought after by white men. Because once again, the ego project, the ain't I a woman of it all. Right? And ain't I a woman is really, ain't I a woman enough for you to marry? Ain't I a woman enough for you to take on as a wife? Not as a baby mama, and oops, you got me pregnant as a black woman, and I'm gonna keep the baby because mixed baby, right? Right, and I'm who you were with when you had nothing. Shout out to Kid Rock, shout out to Machine Gun Kelly, oops and oops again, right? Shout out to Eminem, yikes. You gotta get a baby out of that one though. Huh? Yeah. So yeah, no, we're supposed to lift them into being white, being sought after by white men, so they can then truly feel what it's like to be a white woman, right? A white woman. And now we're talking class. It's not just race, it's also class. Because white dudes in the hood are messing with black women. And some of them are marrying black women. But that's not what black women are talking about. What black women are talking about is being George Lucas's wife. That's what they're talking about. Right? What black women are talking about is being Ketanji Brown Jackson and being Kamala Harris. That's what they're talking about. And being Eve. Huh? Not even Tika Sumpter so much. No, being Eve. Being Ketanji Brown Jackson. Because the money matters, but the status. Once again, George Lucas' wife. Right? Y'all give Z 1 second. Because that bike is loud as hell. Right? But of course it is. Huh? That's what this is about. Huh? So yeah, no, the status matters. The status matters, and black men lifting black women into that position, into that status, yes. And anything short of that, why are you talking? Right? So once again, to KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And KMS has another super chat, and he says, and thank you for the super chat again. Black women, why can't you ninjas put your cool factor onto us like you do every other effing thing? You must hate us. No, seriously. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Chrissy would like to call it corrective promotion. Right? Absolutely. That's exact. Now, they're not using those words, But that's the sentiment. And as a matter of fact, they get real close to using those words sometimes. But what they don't appreciate is we now know that the white dude already know how cool you are because he smashed already. He just didn't marry. Now that black men can't think. We made asses cool, black women. We made rear ends cool, black women. We made bubble butts cool, black women. We made dreads cool, black women. Huh? That was us. Kanye West, by elevating Amber Rose, made the short haircut cool, black women. Yes, you heard right. Yes, you heard right. Yep. And guess what? That still don't mean nothing to the white dudes because they can still smash and then marry their extra average, boring looking extra five in the face and in the body ass white woman. Huh? That's not our fault. Sorry. Right? We made these things cool. Huh? Black men made these things cool, black women. It's not our fault that white men still don't want to marry black women in any significant number. It's called white supremacy. I said it to Chrissy already. Y'all trying to skip steps. You're trying to skip steps. Right? And I don't know if that's going to work for you. It's not going to work for you. Shout out to black women. You are trying to skip steps. Dear black women, unfortunately for you, you're not going to be able to make yourself white men's wife without first tearing down white supremacy. And then what's the point then? Because the whole reason you want access to them is for the lifestyle. And unfortunately for you, well, right? And unfortunately for you, y'all give me 1 second because, of course, and you're blocking me. And am I going to get there before somebody get in front of me? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I did. All right, there we go. You'll give me 1 second. All right, there we go. All right, yeah. So, let me read these other comments. Oh yeah, no. Well, you heard me say this too, Compassion. And Compassion says black women hate us, the black women that do hate us, because white society finds us more attractive. They're basically mad the grapists didn't pick them to grape. Ain't our woman, bruh. Like, it's sick when you really think about it. I said this before, and because a brother was speaking around this, and I said right to it. It wasn't on my channel though. Whose channel was it? It was on BGS channel. This was a while ago. The black women we're speaking about are also jealous of black men's death being more televised than theirs. And that's some sick crap. That's sick. So it is what Compassionate said also. Yes, they are jealous that both straight and LGBTQ white men, so this is not even about non-black men or other men of color. This is about white men specifically. They and it sounds LGBTQ to say it, right? No, let's just state the obvious. The black women we're speaking about they know that I said it the way I meant it. Both straight and LGBTQ white men find black men more appealing and more attractive. You heard it the way I said it. And they know it. Huh? Black women know it, right? Mr. Strict to You says, if black women are goddesses, then who are the gods? There are no gods. It's just the goddess. And y'all gives you 1 second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And I'm back. But yeah, no, they feel a certain way. And it's, Dr. D says, Dr. D, now your name is even funnier, based on this comment. But he says basically penis envy. No, it really is. It really is. Right? And that's sick. Right? But in a weird perverted way, based off black people in the West history in general, but obviously ADOS FBA history, in a weird way, it's somewhat understandable. If we go back, shout out to the nameless protagonist, if we go back to plantation politics, it makes sense, right? But you got to put that lens on. You got to pick up those glasses. You got to pick up the plantation politics glasses, and it makes perfect sense, right? And y'all gives you 1 second. And we're back. And we're back, and let me see what this says. And KMS is, and thank you for the super chat. And KMS is, white men, everything is cool about you, my ebony queen, except mixed kids and me losing my inheritance. Hashtag quiet part out loud. Bruh, man. Literally, Crystalline Karazin had this situation happen. A comment she read or something along those lines. I remember, watching her go through this a few years ago, and a white dude literally said, I have a black girlfriend, but I don't want mixed kids. And Crystalline Karazin flipped. She flipped. She was like, that's she didn't say racist. She was like, that's racial something or along those lines. She was kind of going there. She refused to call him racist though. Well, the term anti-black wasn't so widely used back then, but yeah. But of course, yes, you're right. Yes, Crystalline Karazin. What did you think? Right? What did you think? Let me say this again because right. Let me say this because if Rogish ever gets this far, and Rogish loves when I say this. Look, man. And I'm gonna go through a list of cars for y'all. But I might do that. Let me do the houses and stuff first. Look, a lot of these white guys, most white men are not sacrificing their granddad's house for you. Right? They're not sacrificing it for any woman, let alone a black woman. If their grandma threatens them and says, "Hey, the house, out of all my grandkids, you're the oldest. The house is supposed to go to you, but not if you bring home, and you know they're gonna call you a black bee. Let's call a thing a thing. Not if you bring home that black bee. Not if you get married to her, huh? Let's call a thing a thing. Yeah, your granddad left you $250,000. You're not getting it. Not if you come home with that black bee. Y'all saw the way Dog the Bounty Hunter sounded. Oh, we said an N word here, and she's gonna get offended. For those of you that don't know, Dog the Bounty Hunter, one of his sons, or his son, was dating a black girl. Dog the Bounty Hunter, who black people genuinely thought was, this cool country ass white dude with weird hair. Some black people genuinely thought, okay, he's, but I don't know if he's racist. Well, straight up said to the son, "Hey, yo, we be saying the N-word all over the place over here in this house. I don't want her to feel a certain way. In other words, we're going to say the N-word with the hard ER. And if your black girlfriend is okay with that, then fine." He didn't really mean that. We don't want her to think we're racist. Really? Another story. Next. I bring this up all the time. Tariq Nasheed covered it years ago. The black Canadian sister during COVID-19 quarantining at her white boyfriend's house with him, and they're at his parents' house, and the parents are smiling in her face and doing the whole polite white people thing. Right? They're upstairs in his room. He realizes he forgot his phone charger and went to sent her to go get the phone charger for him, and she overhears the white parents saying, "Yeah, I don't know what he's doing with her. I hope he just has fun with her. I hope he don't think he's gonna marry her." Huh? What y'all thought? Dear black women, this is how they sound. This is what they really think. And y'all kind of already know that. You just don't like it. You just don't like to be reminded of it. I get it. Right? I get it. Right? But white men are white men, and white society is white society. And they do feel a certain way, right? About their daughters and their sons ending up with you, black women. Yes, I did say daughters, because quiet as kept, those same-sex loving white women are even worse than their sons, than the boys. That's the most open kept secret. They're even more racist when it comes to black women. Right? So that's the quiet part out loud. Oh, let me do the car part. Here we go. Dear black women, these white dudes are not sacrificing their uncle's 69 classic Camaro for, well, better yet, 69 classic Mustang for you. They're not sacrificing the 70s Trans Am for you. Right? They're not sacrificing the 80s Trans Am for you. They wouldn't even do it for a white woman, let alone a black woman, to be honest with you. If you really want to, feel a little bit better about it. Huh? They're not sacrificing the Charger for you. Huh? They're not sacrificing the old Ferrari for you. Absolutely not. Right? If their aunt and their grandparents and their mother and their father start threatening with what they're not going to get, or how they might be written out the will, they're not sacrificing it for you. Right? They're not. And it's understandable. Right? So what that means is he had fun with you, but then when it got real, nope. Right? Yeah. And I'm sorry for the background, y'all. I'm sorry for the background. But yeah, they're not sacrificing those things for you. Right? Okay, what we got going on here? What do we have? Oh boy. All right. Moving around. Jesus. Huh? They're not ladies. Is it fair? Do we know what happens? Dog the bounty hunter, anyone? Right. We know what it is. We know. We know. Right. So unfortunately for you, you have black society. Yes, that counts against you too, black women. I know it's not fair. You're not black men. You're not a threat to society. You're trying to assimilate. I get it. I get it. Right. You're going to college. You're educated. You're the most educated demographic in the country. I get it. I get it. Right. You're not the one that's in prison at an alarming rate. I get it. Right. It's not fair. Right. Shout out to Crystal and Karazin. It's not fair. You shouldn't be considered black the way black men are considered black. It's not fair that black men get to be an anchor on your ankles. Yeah, I get it. Yawn. Huh? Saint Cyr says white people will get snatched out the will for anything. That's how their parents discipline them. That's how their family keep them in line. When I say literally, I mean literally all of how many minutes ago? Regular streams, part of me, having to jump off for a minute ago, speaking to someone. White dude is missing his teeth. Did you listen to what I just said? Two white dudes. One of them is missing teeth. Dude is probably in his 50s. Missing at least 2-3 front teeth. I listened to what I just said. Dude told me he got a $250,000 inheritance. Dude is in his 50s. He got a $250,000 inheritance. He said, "Yeah, I took vacations and I spent $7,000 on hockey games and $8,000 on this." And did y'all hear me? Was missing front teeth. Sound country as hell. Maybe I should say southern as hell. Maybe not country. He didn't sound country. He sounds southern as hell. From one of the smaller towns in Florida. A $250,000 inheritance. He's in his 50s. And this was years ago, by the way. On his own business. First of all, let's make this very abundantly clear. Bruh, you missing front teeth. I know you still sitting on some of that money. You got your own business. You making pretty okay money with your own business, but you missing front teeth. I'm just saying. Huh? Yeah. Y'all think Buddy Rowe would have sacrificed a $250,000 inheritance to marry a black woman? To marry any woman, let's be honest. But definitely to marry a black woman? Huh? Yeah. Black women, this is the real. Right? $250,000. If you seen them, you wouldn't believe it. But that's America. Right? I wish black people, black women would stop being props for these dudes and stop having these dudes tell us, man, I'm not racist. I had a black girlfriend when I was 23. And the black girlfriend is homegirl that was over here crying that the frat bro played her ass. That's the black girlfriend. Right? I'm not racist. I had a black girlfriend when I was in college, when I was 22 and 21 years old. And this is the black girlfriend. Homegirl over here crying in the car because the white frat bro'd on her ass. Right? Yeah, that's it. Yep. Black women want to talk about, black men and black men encouraging, or better yet, black men talking crazy about them. You go ahead and date out. We don't care, but just stop talking crap about black men. Excuse me, black women. Say that again, Z. Go ahead and date out. We don't care if you date out. We don't care if you end up with white women. Just stop talking bad about black women. Yeah. You say that, but then we find out according to that divorce show, you're dating former skinheads. Oh boy. You're letting them say the N word in your presence. Yikes. You're dating and married to proud boys. Oh boy. White proud boys. Huh? You say the N word with your white boyfriends and husbands. According to what talk show I was watching, where the black girl stood up and said, "Yeah, I say the N word with my white boyfriend." Huh? Uh oh. Huh? Yeah, we finding out all different type of things. We let the white guys talk, right? Undead Chronic told you, I'm smashing black girls on a regular. Uh oh. Huh? Then turn around, come back to the hood, talk to black men about how black men aren't loyal. Yeah, that's it. Huh? Yeah, when we let the white guys talk, it gets real ugly. Huh? And even when we let you talk, when you're angry enough, you start sounding like Azalea Banks. I'm gonna go home and get smashed out by a white dude. First of all, nobody cares what your crazy ass. Nice try to flex. What are we? What are we, women? I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna go get smashed out by my white boyfriend, or I'm gonna go get some white peen. Bro, nobody cares, lady. No one cares. Mr. Z remembers it because that's what I do. I dissect you divestors. But your average black man don't even remember you said it, right? No one cares. And y'all give Z 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. So yeah, right. And so Mr. Z was supposed to been end out. I was supposed to end out forever ago, right? Um, but KMS held me hostage with the super chats. Had to read them, and I like to leave them highlighted a little bit, but for a little while. And that's my way of thanking y'all for the super chat. I like to, leave it highlighted, and that's what obviously why those comments are guaranteed to be read. Oh man, I don't know if y'all be able to hear me if I pull up there. Y'all gives you 1 second because y'all might not be able to hear me. Give me 1 second. Um, Let me get a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. Let me get a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. I don't think so, but I don't know. Right? Mr. Shoot to you says she's literally boiling bunny crazy, bro. She's next level. She is next level. Thanks, yo. She's like on, right? Absolutely off her rocker. Right? Exactly. And Saint Cyr says, "Oh, okay. So I know I'm coming off weird because this is not highlighting." Okay. Oh, okay. So you guys can hear me. So why is this not highlighting? Wait a minute. Y'all give me a second. Wait a minute. Where did that comment go anyway? Yeah, was it a Saint Cyr's comment? I think it was Saint Cyr. Okay, yeah, it's not highlighting. I don't know why it's not highlighting. Okay, there we go. There they go. Okay. Okay. I don't remember what the comment was. Right? Let me see. Give me y'all give me a second. I want to read something. And Scott says, never thought of using my estate to dictate the ethnicity of the women my son marries. That's something to think about. And yeah, at least while you're alive, they'll adhere to your rules because clearly, the money is on the line. But after you pass, they're gonna do what they want to do. And whether it's stay with that woman or whether it's stay with her, but no, don't cheat on her with the particular women you don't want him to be around while you're alive. But the second you pass, they either cheat on her with that woman or they leave her and then marry the type of woman they wanted to. That's probably going to happen. But while you're alive, oh yeah, right? Yeah, yep. Oh, that's hysterical. And Compassionate says white men who do the performative swirling ish like the idea of being dominated by blackness, hysterical. Which is why black women come running back to black men after Chad Coster Tyrone during during sex. Didn't I say that to divested conservative? I'm saying, right? Yep. I'm saying. Mm, man. Yeah. So, all right, y'all. Truly, Mr. Z got to pause right here, right? Love, piece of chicken grease. Y'all have a great, great, great rest of y'all day. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Um, yeah, like I said, we went way off topic, but I wanted to cover this young lady today because I think it was important. Shout out to Medium Man, shout out to Kendra G, shout out to the young lady. I don't think she's particularly a bad person. I just don't see this working for any man that actually tries to engage. But you know, y'all do you, and whoever it is, I hope it work out right for your sake. Because if it doesn't, she is going to crush you. She is going to crush you, right? And on that note, we will pause right there. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content. I'm doing it all over again. Yes, I am. Other non-Manosphere content. Love, piece of chicken grease. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out.